face. But for instance, around the mouth now, I can start pulling out, this is going to be a really nice loop. And you don't have to worry about adding in too much geometry all over your body. Whereas if you were like making something with this shape, you would be making the whole loop go everywhere. And you don't really want to have too many parts of the mesh that you don't really want to be playing around with. With this case, you're really making sure that you've put them in a correct place, so you don't have to worry about moving them around too much. So that's really simply the face. I just want to show you my character in the animation. So I animated this just with the basic rig and modified a few things myself. I added in a few things with Espresso to add in sliders. You can see I'm just going to turn lock on all my bits so then I don't have to select them. I can, as you can see, I've got like some mouth slides, a few little bits and bobs that I can play around with. I actually animated this. I hope it plays. You can see my face is animating. And all the blend shapes are looking really nice around the face. I'll just go into the main scene. It's a bit slow because I have some cloth simulation on her skirt. But you can see that all my geometry is looking really nice, all clean. Once in my render, I'll have some nice subdivisions going on there. So basically, I think now I just want to show you this final animation. No one has actually seen it. We haven't released it yet. The music is still getting made. I'm very sorry because I have done my own sound effects and they're temporarily for now, but I really want to show you the animation anyway. I'm just warning you, at Animate we do weird things, so this is a bit weird. So yeah, that was my props animation that I did at Anime. That was one of my first projects. So I don't know how to make this full screen. Now it's a bit awkward here. So well, that's awkward. That's at the start of it. I'm just going to go to the last scene. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So you can find me at on Instagram, Herrerasaurus. I'm on there all the time. If you have any questions, you can always inbox me. I have a website. You can email me through the website. And also check out the studio that I work at, Animate, as well. They're super awesome. If you have any questions about anything character related, I'll be out the back. And I hope you guys have a good day.
That was pretty cool to watch. I know that Animate does really good work. It was cool to see how she approached the modeling from more of like a traditional animation standpoint. Like, I personally am terrible at modeling, so any tips I can get on that are super helpful. I kind of wish she showed more of her animation process. It was cool to see the modeling, but I kind of want to see how she animated all that. Alright, let's go back over to Twitter. I found this page. I really want to try and watch the real-time render demo. The modeling was pretty basic. Yeah, it was pretty basic. It was good for me to review some of that. But I really want to try and check out the the real-time demos that are going on at Siggraph. I'm not sure if there's going to be a live stream of it though. Let's see. Okay, so it starts at 6. It says. So we've got some time. A lot of time, actually. Let's see what this is. Chronos. OpenXR, XR fragmentation. I don't know what this is. Our work continues as we now finalize a comprehensive test suite, integrate key game engine support, and plan the next set of features to evolve a truly vibrant cross-platform standard for XR platforms and devices. Now is the time for software developers to start putting OpenXR to work. I don't know what OpenXR is. next generation haptics and immersion. Some of the other innovations at Siggraph are wild, if not crazy. For instance, Type A Tech is showing off Liquid Mask, a briefcase-sized face haptic solution that lets your face feel hot and cold liquid sensations. What? Liquid Mask can deliver feedback in temperatures between 68 and 97 degrees, potentially useful for underwater VR experiences. Assuming, of course, that you're willing to hook yourself up to something as large as this to experience those sensations. What is this thing? A tail? It says the prototype tail uses pneumatics relying on a separate cabled air tank for motion, so there's no need to worry about an imminent attack by the lizard or Dr. Octopus. If it can be made portable, it might wind up being useful for people with physical disabilities. Or the furries are gonna all start having mechanical tails. Oh yeah. Like what happens if it goes up to like 120 degrees and starts burning people? It says Magic Leap is offering 2 main demos at Siggraph's experience area. Long lines were forming to try Micah, a demo of the company's AI assistant, which presently can't do much. Micah looks like a pixie-haired human woman, and at some point will supposedly be able to speak with and guide headset wearers. Some computer-generated art. Android Auto. Interesting. These things are kind of funny to me because you can't really use them while you're driving. I guess you can, but probably shouldn't be using them while you're driving. I guess when all the cars are smart cars, then you can just be playing with your Android Auto. Alright, let's see. Next on Maxon is a 30-day project breakdown from Swarovski.
So to my left are 2 gentlemen, Jake Allen and Duarte Elvas from Swarovski, all the way from Chicago. So let's give them a warm welcome and enjoy.
Hey, everybody.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much, Maxon, for having us. This is an amazing time. We are so grateful to be invited here among so many awesome artists and people, and we're really excited to share some cool stuff that we've done in Cinema 4D.
Oh my God, it is such an honor. I mean, we're so excited and nervous and all the things.
Yeah, everything.
I mean, especially being amongst such an amazing lineup of presenters, and everybody's been so nice and welcoming, and it's just, it's just been incredible. So,
absolutely.
Wow, thank you.
Big shout out to Maxon. Thank you so much.
So my name is Duarte. It's pronounced Duarte, so I guess it was somewhat predestined. I am creative lead at Swarovski, and I've been using cinema for about 10 years now. And it sounds like a long time. It is just such an intuitive tool. I always surprised at how easy it is to create fairly complex looking visuals and so quickly, you know. And don't be fooled, I've been using cinema for 10 years, but I consider myself a pretty basic user. I like to keep my stuff very simple. And when I say simple, I mean like bringing some splines from AI and just throw it in
Extruding
them in cinema and that kind of simple.
Yeah.
But that's what's so cool about cinema is that you don't need to have that expert knowledge to create some really visually striking work, you know.
Absolutely.
And that's what I love. So with pretty basic knowledge, you can actually work on Marvel title sequences and
Yeah.
stuff
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
So, but this Jake actually dives way deeper into the software than I do, and
Yeah, I mean,
so-
I'm Jake Allen. I'm a senior 3D designer and animator at Swarovski. I've been using Cinema 4D like full time for about 6 years now. Before that, I was hopping in and out of other 3D packages, and I feel like I keep gravitating towards Cinema 4D because of what Duarte was saying. The ability to create really good-looking motion graphics very quickly, and the complexity of the systems that you can create, and the intuitiveness of the tools just makes Cinema 4D the tool of choice that we use at Swarovski. So it's great. Yeah, absolutely.
yeah. So right here we have our awesome space. It's
Yeah.
in the West Loop in Chicago.
All right. Shout out to Swarovski if you're watching.
Yeah, everybody's watching. Swarovski is a boutique design and visual effects production company. And we're pretty small. We have about 14 people full time, and we scale up depending if we need. We'll bring in freelancers. And yeah, I think one of the things that sets us apart is that we are very much concept and design driven. And so we instill these principles in pretty much everything that we do throughout the production and post-production process. And we do a lot. We do live action, we do editorial, motion graphics, visual effects, finishing. And so people know us for our main title work. And we love main titles.
Yes.
Titles.
Yes.
I mean, it's just so cool that these have the potential to become these iconic standalone pieces. I mean, that some people sometimes they outlive the shows that they're made for.
They don't even remember the show.
I mean, people may not even remember. That ever happened to anybody? I mean,
Yeah, your work lives on.
so that's
Yeah.
kind of cool. Kind of cool. And we've been very fortunate to have worked with Marvel Studios on 8 of their films so far.
Yes.
So that's really, really awesome. Thank you, Marvel, too.
Yeah.
However, as we're known for our main title work, about 80% of the work that we produce is actually advertising work. So this is really our bread and butter, and we work really hard on these. Actually, we put as much effort or more into advertising. We put attention to detail. We really put as much effort into these as we do our entertainment work. So and it's so different about advertising. They may not have that sort of that archival quality that a main title for a film has, because they may be gone after they run for a minute.
Yeah, it's like a very ephemeral medium. Yeah,
I
so
know, it's totally like
you'll
a
work really
different-
hard on it, and then you won't be able to find it on YouTube like a day later after the campaign
Exactly.
is done. So you'll be
It's just
"Ah."
it's gone.
Yeah, but it's
So,
really
but
interesting.
We love it.
Yeah.
This is mostly what we do.
Uh-huh.
But I think it's enough to talk about. Enough talking about our work. I think
Yeah.
it's time to share this freshly cut montage that Jamie at the studio, our editor,
Thank you,
put
Jamie.
together specifically for this presentation.
Yeah,
So
let's
let's take
check
a
it
look
out.
at what we do.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody.
So really like a wide
Some
range
fun
of
stuff
work.
on there. Yeah, I love that.
So, but now that we've talked about the work, we've seen the work, I wanted to talk about something completely different. It's a
Yeah.
brand new, exciting, new initiative that we just started. We wanted to engage more with the community in general. So this year we started Swarovski Labs, and these are weekend workshops. It's a weekend workshop series that covers a few aspects of motion design. Each one of them is different.
Yeah.
And it's really like a great opportunity for other creatives. We open the doors, they come in, and do stuff with us, hang out.
Get to make cool stuff, basically.
Yeah.
Network, meet new people.
Exactly.
It's really fun.
And it is like a great opportunity for people to see what our workflow is like,
Yes.
what our process is. And we treat each person's project like a regular project in the studio.
Mhm.
So it's super cool. We've had 4 so far. And we have a new one coming up, I think, next week. It's
Yes.
on UI design.
Yeah.
And and actually that one is sponsored by our friends at Red
Red Giant?
Red Giant. I almost said Redshift.
No.
And
yeah.
whoop.
Yeah.
And they're going to be giving away some freebies. So
Yeah.
I strongly encourage, if you guys are interested, to take a look at our website and learn more about Swarovski Labs, because it's really a special initiative. And now we have
Alright.
buckets.
Yeah. So I feel like we were talking about, I think between us we have like a collective like 15 years of experience in Cinema 4D. And so we really love the software. And we wanted to do a special piece just for Siggraph that demonstrated a lot of the new features in Cinema 4D R20.
Which are now old
yeah,
news.
hilariously is old news. So, I mean, the new features in R21. But we created this animated short called Buckets. And without
Yeah.
further ado, let's check it out.
Let's take a look. World premiere of buckets.
Yeah. All right.
Woo!
I don't know if anybody caught the Arnold render buckets at the end, but that was the inspiration for the
That was a
name.
nice
We're
little-
sitting there, we're like, what do we call this thing? Ah, buckets. Very cool.
There you go.
Yeah.
So we're going to break this down a little bit. Actually, we gave ourselves 30 days to get this thing finished. Our presentation was due on the 22nd of July, and we started concepting on the 22nd of June.
Mhm.
You'll notice we have like a whole week for concepting. But, you know, it is the most important part of every project,
It
really.
drives the rest
I
of
mean,
the
if you don't
piece.
have a good concept, you're probably not going to have a very interesting piece.
Yep.
So during this time, we brainstorm, we throw ideas out there, and we kind of figure out what we want this to be. We want this to be a fun, poppy piece, and we wanted to represent a little, or reflect a little bit of what Swarovski culture is like,
Yeah.
and we wanted to be in our voice, but also we wanted to show the new features in R20.
Yeah.
So this time was allocated for that, and actually Aaron, our awesome boss and creative director, actually executive creative director at Swarovski,
Yes.
found this awesome image, and it's really funny. It's the anatomy of a piñata. It was created a few years ago by the Carmichael Collective, and it's just an image that got us thinking. Got us thinking a little bit deeper about like how artists are naturally curious, you know, and how people wonder sometimes what's inside of different random objects. You
Yeah.
know, I sometimes think about that for sure.
You want to just cut
And,
stuff open and see what's
and
in there.
sometimes you don't, you can't just go around cutting things open.
Yes.
So
yeah.
we thought it would be really fun to just kind of reimagine what would be inside of all these things.
Yeah.
You know? So what was essentially a technical exercise to begin with turned into like an exercise of creativity. You know? So we went with that. And then you'll notice that we have a week where everything looks pretty empty here around 4th of July. So you have to...
this isn't us just chilling. Yeah.
We did not just procrastinate, actually. We work full-time on client work, and we did this piece as a passion project, so we had to work around that. And and that was a short week. We all wanted to go on break for 4th of July, and everybody was really busy. So I actually came in and started sketching some stuff on the weekend of the 4th of July. We started making these thumbnail sketches, and I hope my drawing professors from college never lay their hands on
They're
their eyes
fine.
on this.
They're fine.
So they look pretty hideous. But this was like the beginning of the thing kind of materializing, you
Yes.
know? Like you start visualizing what these things look like, you get the idea across to everybody else.
Uh-huh.
And so once I had this, I actually started looking at colors. I used Adobe Color and I browsed their fashion photography section, and I started looking for color palettes that would, or color schemes that would match the scenarios that we made up. So grabbing those, I started putting together the color story. So once we had that, I colored the storyboard, and we were ready to cut this stuff to a soundtrack.
Yes.
So we went Audio Jungle, found a cool soundtrack, and
Put it all
Yes.
together.
got it together. So this was really a roadmap for what the piece was going to be.
Yeah, this was helpful because we could look at it and sort of calculate timing, what was going to be needed to be simulated with rigid bodies, with soft bodies, with grains, all these different kinds of things. So
Yeah.
the entire team of artists was looking at this sort of, like you said, as a roadmap or like a blueprint for what we wanted to do.
Yeah, it perfectly gets the idea across.
Yes.
You know, you can see it's in a lab. It's got all these viewfindery things,
The
and
little things on the side.
so it definitely tells the story and gets across what the piece is essentially going to be.
Yeah.
So I handed that off to our 3D team, and people started modeling
Absolutely, yeah.
and
So
sourcing models.
we sort of hit the ground running when we got the animatic, and we were thinking, okay, we've got, as you can see, it starts to get into a little bit of a squeeze. So what do we have time to model? What do we have time to source? Big shout out to websites like TurboSquid and CG Trader, because it's super cool that there's so many people creating these models that enable us to finish a project like this in such a short amount of time. So things like the TV or the grenades or the shark, we were able to get models with really nice topology, and I believe they have booths here, so go say hello to them. But it was very easy for us to find the props and the objects that we needed for these scenes, and the ones that we didn't need to model, we didn't need to model. So it was,
Yeah, and
it was
it
very
gives
good.
you a lot of flexibility because you get to the last week and you think, oh, I don't have this model that I
Yeah.
really need, and that's really complicated to make. So
Exactly.
in 2 minutes, you buy it and you have it. So,
Yeah.
yeah. So once you have the models, you can start simulating stuff and really figuring out what techniques work best for which ones, right?
Exactly. Yeah, we
So-
were already sourcing models, but creating like sort of dummy geometry to just see if the simulations would work. We'd pass that over to the model. And as you can see, everything starts overlapping here because we were having a few artists do that and then building the scenes and then doing the simulations. So it's kind of like a simple sort of pipeline workflow that we had going during this entire week. And
Yeah, we're getting to the
yeah.
last week.
it
and
started to
this-
get a little bit more squeezed.
and
by
things
the end
start to
there.
get really
Yeah.
overlapping.
So we were animating, we were throwing the models into look development.
Yeah.
We had like 4 different people that were doing that kind of workflow. So getting the model, simulating it, throwing it into our scene and animating it. And then we hit the weekend. Where
And then we hit the weekend where we actually broke down, I think.
yeah, exactly. This is our literal 30-day breakdown. But yeah, we rendered
Yeah.
it and composited it. got
And
it
I was
onto-
throwing like temp sounds on it.
Yes,
it
absolutely.
was nuts.
putting it in After Effects and all
It
that
was
kind
kind
of
of
stuff.
cool though that on the 22nd, when people came into the office in the morning, we were able to share a piece that happened very, very, very quickly.
Yeah, it was a really big surprise. So it was very fun.
Yeah, and then a couple of days later, a little bit outside of our 30 days, we actually sent this over to our friends at Groove Guild, who did
Yes.
the sound design. And
Yeah,
they did
and
final sound for this, and it was really the
Big
cherry
shout
on
out.
top.
Yeah, thank you so much to that because it really added to it.
Yeah. And this is the whole team that worked on the project.
Yeah. So
So-
thank you so much to everybody, especially a lot of the artists that were working on commercial projects at Swarovski came up and said, how can I help? What can I do? And it really helped. So, I mean, I don't want us to give the impression that we take all the credit for this because
No,
so many
no.
people hopped on this and it was
This is definitely like
amazing.
one example where the collaboration of the
Yeah.
studio really comes through. So everybody just kind of wanted to jump in and help out.
Yeah.
And do it even outside of their work hours.
For
So,
sure. So it was very helpful. Yeah, thank you,
yeah,
everybody.
Thank you.
All
and
right.
now we're going to just go through every scene and kind of show you some of the things that we learned. And and I'll let Jake drive from now on.
Yeah, we can we
Maybe a
can
little
transition
switch.
into the scene. So, yeah, once we created this roadmap, we hopped into each of the scenes. So we're going to start with the shark. which I think is a good starting point. It's very simple. We were able to just bring the model from CG Trader into Cinema 4D, and using the modeling tools, which you've seen before in previous presentations, we were able to go into polygon mode and just cut it. So you can see we go into create tools and the line cut tool and slice. There we go. That's all we had to do with the shark. And we did it at kind of a cantered angle so you can see the inside of the shark, because we thought it would be very fun to see the jello coming out and not have these sort of straight edges that wouldn't give it that kind of depth.
Right.
So we brought that into our scene. You can see that the setup is fairly simple. We have like a cyc or just a backdrop, and if we turn off the active camera, you can see what the whole setup is like. Big shout out to Greg Smith, 3D artist who modeled the bucket. It was very nice. We got it in the style that we wanted. And we started animating the shark just using keyframe animation, having each of the sides just sort of fall with a little bit of bounce. We were going to use soft bodies for the secondary animation, but it ended up proving just a little computationally expensive. So we used one of my favorite features in cinema, which is the jiggle deformer, which literally just adds jiggle to the object. It takes the point animation and gives it springs. The cool thing with that is you can actually paint a vertex map. So you can see here the yellow is 100% stiff, and the red is the areas that we painted that we wanted to be more jiggly. So the front of the mouth, we've got the fin on the top, we got the fin on the side, and we did it for the back half too. It's very easy to just paint these on with the vertex map tools and give it a little bit more jiggle in the areas that we wanted, like the tail. So when we turn those on and we play the animation, you can see that it doesn't even have to simulate for that long. It literally works in real time, and we get a little bit of that secondary animation. So, bloop, that's what it looks like. Yeah, it's very jiggly. For the cubes themselves, we were originally going to use the shark as collision geometry, but we realized that the moving mesh was just giving it a lot of issues. So we created this sort of fake setup, which is awesome. This was just a good lesson in keeping your simulation simple. We didn't even use the shark at all. We created these two empty rectangles with their faces facing inward, deleted, so they had holes for them to parented those underneath each half of the shark so that they would inherit that animation. And it's just a series of simple cubes that are put under a cloner, and if I hide the shark, you can see what the setup looks like. You know, the geometry is just fairly simple. So for a lot of our simulation work, we use a RealFlow for a lot of the things we do at Swarovski, and we originally had a crunch. It was a time crunch. So using what we knew, we created the soft body simulation in RealFlow, but later on we had a little bit of time after the fact, and we're able to reverse engineer it into Cinema 4D. So by no means do you have to use RealFlow as the tool of choice. The soft body simulation worked perfectly fine. But we'll show you how it worked basically with Cinema 4D, because RealFlow and Cinema 4D interoperate really nicely, and they have a series of plugins that you can use that export your geometry with all the keyframe data, all your vertex maps, all your UVs are maintained. So this is what we used up here. We used the RealFlow SD exporter, which let us select just the cubes and the geometry that we wanted to be the soft bodies. You can see me selecting here in the video the left cubes and the blockers, and then I just add those and I export them and they come into RealFlow. So let's hop into RealFlow for a second. Here we are. And the geometry, as you can see, just imported perfectly. We added a little bit of thickness to the boxes so that it would be a little bit more. Comes in perfectly fine, and the cubes are in there. Comes in perfectly fine, and the cubes are in their frame mode. You can see that the cubes are in there. They get triangulated because RealFlow uses triangulated geometry for all of using particles. RealFlow has a new particle-based dynamics solver for soft bodies, and it uses the animation of the particles and constraints between them to do the soft, and then it uses that almost like a mesh deformer on the geometry. So we were able to have the animation occur on the cubes. You can see I added these little pusher blocks because they weren't falling out of the cube enough, so they kind of go, and they just push the cubes out within like 24 frames. And that was nice because it only had like 1 second to show the shark. So if I hide those particles and I bring back the cubes, you can see that the animation comes back perfectly fine. And there's our cubes falling out. The really cool thing is that all of this is baked as Alembic, and since R19, Cinema 4D has had a really robust Alembic tool set, so this was a no-brainer to import and export back into the software. And we're going to do that right now. We're going to hop back into Cinema 4D, and you can see that the Alembic comes in perfectly. It's scaled for the shark. It comes down and falls outside. The tricky thing is we were thinking, how do we hide these cubes while they're outside of the shark, and then when they exit it, how do we turn them back on? So Cinema 4D now is a feature where you can take an Alembic and you can click that button in the upper left corner that's called Make Editable, and it lets you have access to the vertex data of your alembic instead of just being one point. And because we have access to the vertex data, we can add vertex maps using the new fields feature in Cinema 4D. So we created a vertex map using 2 box fields that gave it a 0% value when it was outside of the shark, and then when it exited, it gave it a 100% value. What did we do with this? Well, we piped this into a cutout opacity in the Arnold shader. So it's literally just invisible when it's outside of the shark, and once it exits the body of the shark, it becomes visible again. And our 3D artist, Matt Miltenberger, actually came up with this technique. He is legitimately a magician on the side.
Like
and,
legit magician.
Yeah, a legitimate magician. And he came up to us and was like, it should be easy. Just make it disappear and make it appear again. And I was like, this is some next level thinking. So thank you so much, Matt, for the tips on getting that working. The next thing that we had was the inside of the shark. You could see the inside of the model, and it just looked kind of plain. The reverse texture wasn't looking very nice. So we wanted to add this kind of body on the inside. Duarte had the idea of having this gridded layer of cubes to kind of look like the organs on the inside. And this was just a breeze to create using the new volume builder tools in Cinema 4D. The way that we built it is we used the volume builder to create a smaller version of the shark. And so you can see on the inside of the shark there, we've shrunk it down. And we did that using an erode layer that is a standard for VDB modeling. And when we did it, we created one version of the shark. Then we duplicated it, and we subtracted it. So now we have this sort of tube of the inside of the shark, and we chopped it with a cube. The cool thing, and this is something that we learned from the inimitable Nose Man in the Cinema 4D community, is that you can pipe a matrix object into the Voronoi fracture object, and you get this really cool kind of gridded structure that looks like the Jello cubes, but it fits the shape of the inside of the shark that we had. And all of this is procedural, so if Duarte came up to me and said, I want the cubes to be bigger, I want them to be smaller, it was just a one-click change to the size of the cube, and it would just cascade upward in the object manager. And it made it really easy to make changes for us. And so the Volume Builder toolset is very nice, especially from a procedural perspective. So now we're going to go to the balloon. We actually have a demo scene that we're going to show you real quick, so let me just escape out of the presentation and find my mouse and pull open not the bear, but our balloon scene. So we have sort of a stripped-down version of the balloon right here, and we're not going to talk about the cloth for the balloon or the string. There's quite a lot of really cool resources online that show you how to sort of explode it, but it's basically a cloth surface with an attractor right here set to a really high negative value. So when it blows up, boom, the balloon explodes. What we're going to talk about is the fracturing features, because that uses some of the new features in Cinema 4D R20 that are very cool. So let me hide the wind, let me hide the floor plane, let me hide the string, and let me hide everything regarding this balloon. So all we have is this inside portion, and this is a really cool technique that we originally picked up from Chris Schmidt. He does a lot of great information on Cinema 4D, but we applied it to this sort of circular shape of the balloon. And I'll go through how it works. So we have a Voronoi fracture, which takes points and creates the cracked version of the balloon. But what we wanted to do is have those cracks grow. So we have a plane effector that has the position, the scale, and the rotation turned on. And we just move the position slightly down, we scale it slightly down, and we rotate it a little bit. So when the plane effector does its thing, you can see the pieces move slightly, and it makes it look like those cracks are growing. But the way that we were able to animate that on is by putting inside the plane effector a MoGraph selection. And what a MoGraph selection is it's a tag you can add to anything MoGraph related. It can be a cloner, it can be a fracture, it can be a Voronoi fracture. And what it does is it lets you select those pieces. So inside of the tag, we've got this spherical field. And when the field animates forward, it creates this selection. So that sphere intersects with the balloon, and it creates the selection. Above the spherical field, you can now add this thing called a freeze layer. And the freeze layer normally does exactly what it says. It just freezes a selection that you make. But it's got this really cool feature called grow. And what that does is it grows the selection frame by frame outward in space. So as we continue forward, you can see that the selection grows, and everything that was brown turns yellow. The reason this is cool is because no matter where this sphere is touching, the growth will happen organically and procedurally. So if I delete these keyframes and I move the sphere to the top, you can see right here on the balloon, it'll grow from the upper left corner. Whoa. If I do it one more time from the lower left, let's just, do this for fun's sake. Whoa, the cracks grow from there. So this was a really cool way that we could create a procedural setup to have these growing cracks on the shape of the balloon once it popped. Inside the plane effector, we have our MoGraph selection. We also have this thing called a delay layer, and what that does is it just interpolates the plane effector. So you start with the pieces not being scaled and moved, and normally if we've just put the selection in there, you can see that they just kind of pop. So what the delay effector does is it creates the frames in between those beginning and end versions of the plane effector and makes it a smooth transition. So when we click play, you can see that they end up scaling over time. And so the delay layer is really helpful if you want to take your plane effector and make that into interpolated frames. Lastly, we added this rigid body tag, which was fairly simple. It's just set to a rigid body so that it reacts to gravity. If you go into your project settings, though, dynamics are automatically set to have gravity on. What we did is we turned that off, and then we created a gravity force and added a linear field to it. And what that does is it goes from 0 to 100%. So when we take that gravity field and we animate it upward in the Y, everything falls organically from this sort of staggered effect, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like going upward. And that way we could get this kind of cartoony effect, almost Looney Tunes-esque, where it's like, no, 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 you know, and it just falls down to the bottom. So that's the balloon. So if I hop back into this presentation, that was how we achieved that effect with the balloon. And the next scene was the TV. And it actually seemed like this would be very hard, but it ended up being really straightforward. We use RealFlow for fluid stuff, and they just added a particle-based grain solver. So using the same tool set and the same workflow that we have with Cinema 4D, it was very easy for us to export this TV geometry, bring it into RealFlow, and get the grains going. So we'll show you how that works. The first thing we needed to do, though, in the scene is crack the screen. So this was really simple. We just took the screen and ran it through a Voronoi fracture, and then we baked it down. So everything was an individual object. And all we did is select a line in the center of where we wanted the pieces to actually be rigid bodies. So we put those inside of a fracture object. So we've got our line of glass inside of a fracture object, which lets us do MoGraph selection tags to it. Why do we want to do that? Well, the rigid body tag actually has an option in the lower right corner, the upper right corner of the attributes. You can see me highlighting it right there. That lets you put a selection in there to activate objects over time. And MoGraph selections can now use fields. So by using a box field, we were able to animate that in the Y direction, much like the balloon, and have those pieces activate in a staggered sort of stair-steppy effect. So if I scrub through the timeline right here, you can see they all fall down, and they fall into the bucket in sort of this stair-step fashion. And we added a little bit of wind because we wanted the pieces to fall directly into the bucket. So you can't see it from the angle of the render, but I have this little fan just sort of blowing the pieces in there. Then we brought it into RealFlow. This was just a good lesson in keeping your simulations very simple. So we created these two cubes that represented the inside of the CRT tube on the TV, and both of their inward-facing faces are deleted, so there's a space for the grains to fill up. These two boxes below are just blockers, so that way like the particles won't fly into the inside of the geometry. And we animated it just like using the parented animation in Cinema 4D. So you can see if I highlight it in the wireframe, they have those open sides. Really super simple, and this enabled the simulation to be very, very fast in RealFlow. But to get RealFlow to generate the particles that we wanted, I had to create another cube that was just called Particle Fill. And I'll turn that on right here. It doesn't interact with the scene, but it just tells RealFlow, hey, make my grain particles here. And Duarte kept making me up the resolution of the sim over and over again so we could get finer and finer grain particles. He was telling
they look
me,
like little spheres.
yeah, they look like spheres.
Yeah.
They look like spheres until they got small enough that they just looked like static. So with the grains on, we turn on our boxes, and you can see that with these two really, really simple pieces of collision geometry, we were able to iterate over and over again until we came up with an animation where the grains fall, and they end up in the bucket. So very cool. Well,
For the most part.
kind of in the bucket, yeah. It was a stylistic decision. So all of these grains are also saved as Alembic, which Cinema 4D supports. So it was very easy for us to save this as an Alembic particle sequence. The only thing, though, is that it was around 600,000 particles, so it was very heavy in the viewport. And this is something that, for people who use Arnold with Cinema 4D out there, this is just a good workflow enhancement. Arnold has this thing called a procedural, which is just a proxy object, much like in Octane or Redshift or other renderers. So you can see me up here in the plugins menu, highlight the Arnold procedural. This just lets you load the geometry at render time rather than showing it in your viewport. It's a little hard to see, but there's a bounding box around the TV that just represents the volume of where those particles are going to be in space. You can see right here under the path, we just pathed it to the Alembic sequence, and it even has automatic radius settings and will create instant spheres on the animation. So it was very easy for us to keep the viewport nimble, do our animation, and then see it when we opened up the interactive preview renderer. And you can see that right here. This is Arnold's IPR open, and it's loading all of those particles, kind of sort of in real time, but basically any change that we make, Arnold was reacting spectacularly as we moved the camera around, and we were able to see what our finished product looked like without having to have the slowdown in the viewport. And I'm going to take our camera here in a second and just undo the active camera state. And you can see how quickly it moves around in the scene. I'm going to click that button. There we go. And this is just a really good workflow enhancement if you have just huge geometry that you need to bring in that you don't necessarily need to see until render time. So this was just a workflow enhancement that made it very easy for us to work inside this scene and not have to worry about keeping Cinema's viewport kind of slow. The hardest thing, though, was getting this staggered color on the TV static. We wanted to get this kind of look. And normally in Cinema 4D, you would use a color jitter node in Arnold, which works natively with MoGraph and with instances and clones and those kinds of things. And basically what you do is you give it a min and a max number for your gain and your hue and your saturation. So it's really cool. You can have hundreds of thousands of clones that all have slightly different colors and things like that. But Arnold couldn't read this big alembic blob as separate objects. So thanks to somebody on the Arnold forums, we were able to use this rendering state node. And what it does is it gives you a bunch of variables, but the one that's important is this variable fi. And what that did is it gave us a point ID number for each of the points in the alembic file. And in this particular instance, they're all of our particles. So by piping that rendering state number into the seed value of our color jitter, Arnold, during its rendering loop, goes, oh, cool, I see a new number for each of these particles. I'm going to shade this one this, I'm going to shade this one this, and I'm going to shade this one this. And you can see that the gain min and gain max now works. So this is just a quick workflow tip, because if you run into the same issue and you're using particles from RealFlow into an alembic setup, this is a very nice way to get around the color jitter node. Now we are into the boombox. This was one of our favorite scenes. It was awesome. Very fun to work with. So the boombox was set up a lot like the Shark. We ended up using the knife cutting tools. You can see there, and you can see there, where this sort of lightsaber-esque object cuts through the boombox. And we split it into a left, a center, and a right portion. And our designer, Matt Miltenberger, actually did this using keyframes for the center portion because we wanted to art direct the way that it fell. Dynamics are great, but sometimes you can't get the results you want right away. So as you can see, he ended up keyframing this piece, hanging really slowly and then falling at the very end, which we thought gave it more of a comedic effect. Yeah. This was in turn created as a collider, so adding a rigid body collider tag to it, we could have all the instruments interacting with that centerpiece as it fell. Just like with the Shark, though, we had this tricky predicament where we were thinking, we have all these instruments that we want to come out, more that can fit inside the boombox. How are we going to be able to do this? So one of the things that we did is we created these cubes that are just pushed and pulled so that they represent the angle of the boombox as it ends its animation. And if I zoom out on the camera, you'll be able to see we have all of our instruments sitting inside of it. So we didn't even have to have the boombox interact with the rigid body simulation at all. We were able to just create these two cubes and the center portion and have them fall out. So as you can see, as I scrub forward in the animation, the rigid bodies slide out of the boombox, and you have this look that it's almost too many pieces for whatever can fit inside this boombox. The tricky thing, though, is how are we going to hide these objects? We could use vertex maps like we did with the Shark, but the problem is the hierarchy of these objects was pretty complex. We got a lot of these models off of CG Trader and TurboSquid, so you've got buttons, you've got pieces of the horn, you've got these cymbals and this snare with a bunch of screws in it, and they weren't really playing that well with the vertex map technique. So what we ended up using was this new node in R20 called the fall-off node, and it lives in Expresso, and it actually lets you sample fields inside of Expresso setups. So not only can you drive MoGraph, you can also use something like this box field to activate its visibility in the renderer. And that's exactly what we did. We created these two box fields, and when they were outside of the boombox, their render state was set to off, and when they exited it, they were turned back on. And we'll show you what that Expresso setup looks like right here. So this is the fall-off node. It's very, very cool because you can pipe any sort of position into it, get the value of the fall-off, and then pipe that into whatever you want. So right here in the attributes editor, you can see that there's a tab called fall-off, and this is where we put our visibility cubes. It doesn't have to be a box. It could be any sort of shape that you want. But I'll go from left to right on how it works. You have your object list, which is just a list of the objects that you want to use, and it acts like a loop and goes through each one. We have our object, and we pipe the global position into the fall-off, and it gives us a 0 to 1 value. And that's what we piped into our visible in editor and visible in renderer attributes. So even when we're working in the viewport, all of those objects are hidden when they're outside of the boombox. And if we scrub through the timeline, you can see that the animation right here has them hidden. So I'll take the animation and go back and forth, and you can watch as it works fine, and their visibility is turned on and off. And this was once again another magic trick created by Matt. So we were very grateful because it added to that sort of comedic effect that there was like, how could that all fit inside the boombox? I don't even know. And we've got ourselves all of our hilarious instruments falling out. We've got the teddy bear, which we've got another demo for, which is very fun. So the teddy bear, we ended up using soft bodies in Cinema 4D. But one of the things that you learn with soft bodies, and a lot of very cool tutorials have covered this on the internet, is if you, let me just hide each of these halves. I've got the nose, the left eye, the right eye. I'm going to hide the left mesh, and I'm going to just show you our cages. So what we did is we ended up making this sort of really low poly cage around this object, which is the bear that we wanted to subdivide. So the bear will maintain all its UVs, it will maintain all its deformation, but the cage itself is the object that we make a soft body. And I'm going to show you how we did that right now. The one thing that we did do is we deleted these inward-facing polygons because it wasn't giving us that kind of hollow geometry sort of behavior that we wanted. So to select all these, there's a really cool tool called the Phong break selection, and it works at the angle of the polygon. So it basically lets me select 90-degree angle segments that I can delete. So I'm just going to select all these, and boop, there they go. They're all gone. So we've got our bear, and we've got our empty cage. What we're going to do to make this a soft body is we're going to right-click on the cage, we're going to go to the simulation tags, and we're going to add soft body. And right now, if I click play, it's just going to fall through the floor. But what we wanted to do was have the bear hang by strings. So it's starting to sound a little sadistic here, but we just really wanted it to be tied up and go, and spill its guts everywhere. So what we did is using the dynamics tools, there's this thing called a spring. And the spring is really useful, and it works with rigid and soft bodies. But what it does is it gives you a position in world space where your spring is going to be mounted. And in the attributes, it has an option to do object A and object B. We don't want to connect two objects, we just want to connect the one. So we're going to put the cage into object A, and we're going to switch it from center of mass to polygon point. What that means is under the hood, Cinema 4D has point index values for all of these objects. That's how Cinema knows what point you're talking about when you select something. Point 10, point 20, point 30. So what we can do is raise that index value, and the spring will find the point that we want. Well, what if we want to do springs on each of the arms, each of the hands? I'm just going to click play for fun so you can see. Blah. There's our bear right there. But if we wanted to create complex spring setups, we ended up using Cinema 4D's Python API. So if you're looking to do things kind of like Photoshop actions in Cinema 4D, automating tasks and things like that, I highly recommend Cineversity's tutorials on Python because a lot of this is exposed to scripts, and you can tell it to do things like create a spring here, create a spring here, create a spring here. So we ended up creating a tool called Spring Break, and if I open our script manager, we have that open. We don't necessarily have to go over the code right now, but we're going to post it online. It's free, and the code is totally open, and you can check out how we did it. But basically what it does is it gets the point's position in world space, creates a spring, and then puts that spring at the same point. So what we could do is we could go into our cage, and we could highlight all the points on the arm. So let's say we want that arm to be constrained. Highlight all of these, run the script, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 springs on each of these points, and it gives you the index number. If we group them together and we call it something like right arm, we now have a group of constraints that we can move. If we click play, you can see that the bear is constrained. What we ended up doing is we did it for the back. So I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to click on this cage, and I'm going to highlight all of these. And I'm going to run this script and group them together. And we're going to call this back. And what we're going to do is we're going to constrain it almost like stitches. So now when we click play, we've got the back put together like that. And what we're going to do is we're going to animate this right arm. So if I minimize our script and I go into the coordinate values, I can set a keyframe by brushing and painting these keyframe buttons right here. And we're going to go to frame 24. Let's do 1 second and have it go up to the right and animate. So the fun thing about these springs is that it's all really live in real time, and you can come up with some hilarious setups to spread these bears apart. Now, how do we get this animation for the bear applied to the bear under here? This is a really cool feature in Cinema 4D called the cage deformer. And what it does, I'm sorry, not a cage deformer, the mesh deformer. I called it a cage. But if I go into the right mesh and go into the deformer menu, you'll see this mesh deformer under here. And it kind of indicates what it does by the icon. It has points on another object, move the points on a new object. So now that we have the cage wrapped around it, we add this mesh deformer to the right mesh, and then we go into the object settings, and we drag our cage into there. So let's drag our right cage into there, and click Initialize. And Cinema 4D does some things for you right now. It adds a display tag so that it makes a wireframe of the soft body, and you can see what it's doing in real time to your object. So now if we click play on our UV'd bear, we've got our bear spreading apart like so. And the cool thing is you can take this mesh and you can subdivide it using a subdivision surface. So now we've got a really nicely smoothed bear that splits apart. The fun thing is that all of these springs also have a keyframeable property called enabled. And if you go into the basic tab and you keyframe this enabled property, it enables you to break the springs. So if we click it here, we go forward one tab and we turn it off and we keyframe it, you can actually have the spring go boop and turn off. So what we did is we created a series of stitches basically in the front, the middle, and the top. And we were able to animate those parameters so that we could get that kind of ripping effect. So if you want to check out this script, we're going to have it on our blog at Swarovski, and I highly encourage you to just play around with soft bodies. It's super fun. It's a great way to spend your time. So we have some more videos demonstrating what happened at the teddy bear. We've got our finalized setup here of the springs. If we go back to the beginning of the timeline and click play, you can see that we have our stitches breaking, and then we have the two arms on the right and the left pulling it apart. So 1, 2, 3, like that. We've got some curves in the background that look like stitches. We rendered those with the hair shader. And this is where we ended up with the soft body. One of the features of Cinema 4D that we really loved was the bake as alembic feature. So once we had that soft body figured out, we would right-click and we would click bake as alembic. And what that does is it creates an alembic file for you without ever leaving the app. So it's very nice that you can continue your workflow and you can save it while you're working. And now you have your alembic files that you can turn into colliders, because we wanted to do it in a step-by-step process. Spread the bear, add the grenades inside the bear, simulate the grenades. So it was very cool. The hair itself was pretty straightforward. Cinema 4D is a very robust hair system. And all you have to do is go into the Simulate menu and click Add Hair. But if you want to render it with something like Arnold, we'll do a quick overview of how that works. The hair objects in Cinema 4D determine the length of the hair and how many there are. So you can do 1,000,000 hairs, 150,000 hairs. Then it applies a Cinema 4D hair material tag. This does not determine the color of the hair, but it does give you access to properties like clump, kink, thickness, curl, tighten, and length. You can do a length multiplier, which is something that we used really heavily. What we did is we piped a material or a texture file into that length multiplier to tell it, don't grow hair on the eyes, don't grow hair on the nose, and make it a little bit shorter on the feet. The actual Arnold hair material, though, is the thing that's determining the way that it looks in the renderer. So we piped a texture map into the hair so that we would get those different colors on the feet, and we would get a little bit of variation in the fur. Just one caveat, though, if you're working with hair in Arnold, you always want to add an Arnold tag and make sure you have this attribute called export UVs checked. Just always remember that, because what it does is it will take the UV data from the object that it's on and bring that into the hair system so you can color it appropriately. If you don't have that on, we were sitting there banging our heads against the table saying, like, why can't we have the colors show up? What's going on? And that's why. So just always remember to have that export UVs button checked. The grenades ended up being the simplest part of this scene, obviously. So what we did is we just filled the bear with grenades using a cloner, and the physics system ended up pushing them out into the inside of the bear. We set those as rigid bodies and set it to automatic for the collision shape, created a little bit of bounce and added a little bit of mass, and now you have your grenades set up and you can see them sort of tumbling everywhere. The hair system itself is really robust and works with animated meshes too, so it interpolates those values of the moving points and you don't get the hair popping around. So that was very easy for us. And that's how we got the bear. Last but not least, we have the deer. And the deer was something similar to the bear. We ended up getting this free model off of CG Trader, and props to Tanner Wickware for setting this up, our 3D artist. He split the model, set it up on the wall, but the texture map wasn't looking so robust, so we ended up taking that system that we learned in the bear scene and applying it to the deer. So we applied a hair material to the deer and got the color information from the texture underneath. Now, the hair system doesn't automatically have the hair flow across the object, so we ended up using this hair tool called the brush and just gently brushing the hair over the deer. And I spent a good 45 minutes just brushing hair on this deer.
So satisfying.
So if you want something to do that's really meditative,
Pet the deer.
just brush hair on a deer with your object. Just add some hair and just brush it. After that, it ended up looking much better because it flowed over the shape of the deer, and it was very easy to just brush the hair all over it. So once we had the hair finished, Duarte came up with this really nice setup to split the deer in half without having to use any simulations. And this was great because you always want to, this was a lesson we kind of learned in this project, is that you always want to keep these simulations as simple as possible. It's super fun to dive in and go overboard with it, but sometimes it can make it really unmanageable. So when you have these deformers bending the deer, you don't actually have to do physics. So what Duarte did is he put two bend deformers, but had their limit set lower than the antlers and the top of the ears. So only the head would bend, but the antlers themselves would remain still and just follow the position of the bend deformer. So that way the antlers didn't look like they were bending.
Remember, really simple.
Really simple.
It's just
This
so
was
simple,
awesome.
and you can achieve a really cool effect that looks like a soft body.
Yes,
sim,
exactly.
so-
And it's super cool.
cool.
So we ended up using this correction deformer in here, which lets us move points on the object and then blend between those movements. So what we did is we moved the points at the seam and gave ourselves a little bit of a rip. And the correction deformer actually works with fields as well. All of these deformers work with fields in Cinema 4D. So we were able to take this field and animate it from top to bottom to give it kind of this zippered ripping effect. And it was just very simple and keyframeable and art directable. So that's really the important part about using these deformers is you can come back and say, oh my God, the deer is falling open too quickly or open too slowly. And you can just adjust the keyframes and not have to worry about the dynamic simulation. So after that, we ended up adding the objects inside the deer. But as you can see, it's kind of a complex model. So using box modeling, like you saw with Jess Herrera's presentation, Duarte created this little box model on the inside of the deer.
Oh, don't make fun of me.
It's
very
not
loosely used
It's not necessarily like the prettiest looking model, but it works really well. Duarte piped that into a cloner, and then using the volume cloning option, he said, I'm going to give this as a space where I want you to put the clones. And that made it easy because we didn't have to worry about clones sticking into the antlers, sticking into the nose area or the ears, and having the physics system freak out and be like, I don't know how to work with this. So it was very easy for us to do that just with this simple box modeling technique. So here's the cloned leaves and flower bulbs. We ended up going with rigid bodies with this simulation. When you think leaves, you think cloth, you think these different things, but the rigid body system actually has aerodynamics built into it. So you can see right here, it fills the deer, and by adding this attribute called lift in the rigid body settings, Duarte was able to get a little bit of that flowing animation that you wanted as if they were light and they were giving air resistance push against them. So if we zoom out, this is our cached simulation. You can see as we scrub through the timeline that the leaves fall and they flow around, and the tulip bulbs themselves actually don't have any aerodynamics set on them, so they fell gently into the bucket. And it was just a really easy way for us to achieve this kind of simulation without having to worry about cloth and dynamics and all of those things sort of coming together. So props to Duarte for the amazing, super simple setup. This is great, and it's very art directable. So once again, that's part of the reason why we wanted to do this. And that pretty much explains all of the scenes that we have. So let's take a look at buckets one more time. All right, and that was buckets. Thank you, everybody. So thanks again to Maxon for inviting us here. If you want to check out Swarovski and what we do, we have an Instagram account called Swarovski Unplugged.
And it has a lot of birthday cake pictures and puppies, and so it really shows what our culture is like at the studio.
And we have our personal Instagrams up here. It's at Duarte Elvash and at Jake Made a Thing. If you're interested in the labs, too, feel free to go to Swarovski.com/labs and come check that out and come hang out with us in Chicago. It's super duper fun, and we learn a lot from you, and you learn a lot from us, and we end up sharing a lot of information. Fun. So very cool. Thanks again, everybody, and thank you so much to Maxon. Thank you, everybody on the internet, for watching. And
that was cool. I liked how simple those setups were. And there's a lot of different stuff going on, but it wasn't anything super complex. So if you guys missed it, there were a few pretty big announcements that Maxon made this morning. One was that Redshift apparently has a real-time render engine now. I haven't got to look at any of that yet. Sounds cool though. They've got some Unreal and Unity integration now. So apparently you can import your Cinema 4D files into Unreal and Unity. And I think Unreal now has Octane in it, so you can use Octane render in the Unreal Engine. Cool stuff. They got rid of all the like they used to have studio, broadcast, prime, like different editions of Cinema 4D, but they're getting rid of that for release 21, and it's just going to be a single version. And you can also, you're supposed to be able to get Cinema 4D for $60 a month now. They changed it to a subscription, like a monthly subscription, which is super cool. And they also talked a little bit about integration with Google Zinc, which is Google's cloud rendering service. And apparently I think it already did support Cinema 4D, but now it also supports Redshift. So some cool announcements this morning. And I don't know if you guys have been to Siggraph. I have not been personally, but it seems pretty cool. They've got all these huge companies there. Like I was looking at this schedule. Like they've got this thing called the Houdini Hive, which is just like all day Houdini. And at 3 p.m. there's supposed to be a side effects live stream where they're going to talk about this Solaris. I'm not sure exactly what it is. It says a powerful new layout, look dev, and lighting platform coming to Houdini. So they're doing a live stream at 3 p.m. We'll check that one out. But yeah, they've got like a full day of Houdini stuff. And like all kinds of other talks. I'm trying to pull up some different stuff to look at from Siggraph here. Like this one, I guess they were talking about the new Lion King movie, how they're doing some previews for that, and the actual filming of it. I haven't read this yet. Let's see what it says. Using the Jungle Book and the Weather experience as a jumping off point, Favreau and his team adopted virtual production in VR wholeheartedly for The Lion King. We built a tool set with Magnopus, and we were working with a lot of different people, different vendors, different platforms. We came up with a system by which we did the camera capture for Lion King using filmmaking tools within VR, so that it wasn't going to be just a VFX person on the box, but it was going to be Caleb Deschanel as my cinematographer. So yeah, I guess that's the stage. Seen from the Unreal Engine user group. See, it would be cool if they had more live streams of this stuff. Because I don't think this was live streamed. Or if it was, I can't find it. And they had someone talking about Avengers Endgame. Although the pictures on this one aren't loading for some reason. So yeah, it'd be really cool to go. So let's see, the next Maxon one is cartoon animation from Polygon Studio. So we'll check out that one next. Here, I guess this is supposed to be at Siggraph, this Magic Leap underwater world.
Undersea is a beautiful opportunity to be able to see just what we'll be able to do in spatial computing. It's a real sense of a presence around you.
When we set out to do this project, we didn't really know if it was actually possible or not. We had this idea of what we were trying to do, and we had a sense of where we thought the technology was going. And so we decided to use Unreal and Vulkan to see how far we could push it.
So designing for user space like a living room, we wanted to make it feel like a cohesive experience with the Reap and then also with what you have in that room as well. So dressing it with assets like seagrass or some coral that might be on your couch or your table was definitely a big part of it.
So with that in mind, we had to develop a system where we could analyze your room and find places to put the content that we were generating. Not only did it have to work, but it had to work fast enough where that user wouldn't have to wait for minutes for it to generate this navigation data. So our content consists of what we call vistas, which are basically portals that we put on your wall that give you a kind of view into a larger ocean. And we also have what we call coral clusters, which are bits of coral rock that have a lot of life.
We wanted to make sure that the vista and your coral cluster we're still connected, and so testing around that and all the different types of rooms that you could have the experience in was a big challenge for us.
Took a real unique blend of art and tech. Technical art especially was really big on this project because we had to leverage a lot of the experience in our team to build systems that actually allowed us to procedurally spawn coral so that any two people would get a different experience.
What are those moments like? What is it like if you see a pufferfish just swim by and take notice of you? Can we try to capture the feeling of sticking your hand out toward the pufferfish and it begins to look at it and swim over near you and it begins to follow your hand?
The challenge in our platform too is make these fish interactive with the viewer. Basically kind of dialing in these rigs and animations so we could tune them or drive them with AI and have, let's say, the eyes of the fish look at the viewer and the viewer feel like that fish is looking at them.
Hearing the music and the sound and the experience for the first time definitely made the experience feel more alive.
The first concern was replayability. When you play this experience, you can stay forever. Found out creating multiple different pieces of music, but I cut them into different chunks that were compatible to each other, and they was triggered randomly within our sound engine.
From a mood standpoint, it's really quite magical when you're experiencing it, and it's also can be a meditative experience. Everything doesn't keep sounding the same every single time. It allows you to kind of sit there and lose track of time and just watch these beautiful fish swimming around.
The thing that people are going to be astonished by is when they see this vista in front of them through a portal, which is, it's truly breathtaking. All of a sudden you get a sense of the scale of what we can do in something like spatial computing. The sense of atmosphere you get from it is truly astonishing.
Studios is I've heard Ronnie say it's the reason he wanted Magic Leap to exist. I think what we try to do is we try to sort of, living at the bleeding edge of spatial computing, create experiences that explore what this medium is all about and try to figure out how to do that well. We try to make really cool stuff so that everybody else can too. So hopefully it inspires people all over the place to, build their own environments and bring their own ideas into it and shows them that, you can really push not just understanding of the world, but the fidelity of the things that you put into the world.
These Magic Leap people, I feel like their company is very... they take it very seriously, it seems. It's like immersion in virtual worlds. Like whenever I hear them talk about it.
Of applause, ladies and gentlemen, Megan Newell.
Well, hello there. I am Megan, and today I'm going to be talking to you about breaking out of the screen. Broadly, it's going to be how you can use your existing Cinema 4D skills to take those assets and put them into augmented reality or make them into a model to print. So let me talk a bit about what sort of screens we're breaking out of. I'm a visual designer, art director, illustrator, motion designer, developer. A lot of syllables, but basically I like to say that I make pretty things on my computer for money. I've been doing this since about 2002, and things keep moving, and I get curious and keep trying new things. I did, as he said, give a talk for Maxon in 2013, and at that point my work kind of looked like this. I was talking about style frames and design using Cinema 4D. I had come up as a Flash designer and developer using ActionScript, and I moved on into broadcast and learned Cinema 4D back in 2004. I worked for a lot of accounts on MTV, ABC, CMT, and other things that rhyme with E. A couple of other highlights was being one of the many monkeys on the typewriter who were designing all the backgrounds for the iPod spots that ended up on billboards and commercials. There was also that time that I told the pickup artist what to do and where to put himself as an art director, designer, and animator on the VH1 show. There was that other time where I worked on the team that put Twitter on the air for the first time while I was at Current TV. And there I was working a lot of show packages and doing design of the TVs and TV shows and promos. Using Cinema 4D for fun things like this, lots of lens flares. And so my talk then was about some of the work I had done at the mill. Now, however, augmented reality and 3D printing. Another leap. How did we get there? I spent about 6 months doing a residency in Mozilla's XR Studio program, kind of digging into what people can do with augmented reality. I spent 6 months working as an immersive designer at Google on their Lens product, looking at design for immersive spaces as well as more broadly how they talked about augmented reality in their marketing. And then 6 months working on a character design exhibition. So all of these things kind of are flavors in the pot that are going to go into this talk. But the biggest one really that caused me to break out of the screen might be the 5 years that I spent working on Lyft. And now this is Lyft with a Y. This is genuinely a question that I fielded many times when I started there. I started in 2013 when they were this tiny company of 70 people, and they looked a little like this. I pitched them on doing this hand-drawn typography for some driver stories, which ended up going through a bunch of ads and promos and on their website and helped develop the core of their brand at the time in opposition to what Uber was. So we were that friendly friend with a car against their private driver branding. On a shoestring, I worked on this explainer for them. And it's interesting to look back on this and see that some of the press it was getting was talking about how it tells you that ride sharing is safe and nothing like hitchhiking, which, you know, now 5 years later, we can't even think of it. We all call up our lifts at the airport, but 5 years has gone fast. That hand-drawn typography thing, I loved it up, used it all over the place, and I grew out of my motion graphics background into getting to do some things that look similar, but also email designs and swag and character designs, branding and rebranding. We rebranded 3 times over the course that I was there. And lots of different stuff, interactive pages, tons of illustrations and ads and animations for quick little things. And you can see how Cinema 4D continues to play a role in the work that I was doing. It's always been one of these tools in my toolkit, not necessarily the thing that I use every day all the time, but that thing that always comes in handy. So here's an example that'll look familiar to style frame and motion graphics people. I would do 3 different versions of an ad, one in an illustrated version, one in a photographic version, and one in a 3D version, which would then be expanded out. Using Cinema 4D for assets for interactive pages, for product visualizations, for random stuff to throw on our social channels or at the top of a website, and interestingly, to be able to previs an award that later was printed in cement and sent to people. Lots of experimentation on my own time. And as I was working at Lyft, my role continued to change and evolve, which I loved. I had the opportunity to art direct outside artists and illustrators, so I could focus on the design work of things that were even printed. And there was also that time I finally got to be the client. I had been a freelancer for so long working at motion graphics places, and I had the opportunity to be the client for Buck recreating our explainer 4 years later, which was an interesting process. And for all of you freelancers out there, when you think your producers are not protecting you, they're probably protecting you way more than you think, because they shut down a lot of our crazy ideas. We did not have the kind of budget they wanted. So, visual designer, art director, illustrator, motion designer, developer. All of these things I like to do and incorporate into my work. And as Lyft grew bigger and bigger, there was more of a need for us to specialize in a single role. A company of 70 and a company of 3,500 are very different places. So I made one last transition there, and I moved over to product design for my last 10 months. And I ended up spending 10 months working on this space, basically. How do you spend 10 months on 2,500 pixels? I could do a whole talk just about that. Let's condense a little and say it involves half of the building wanting to do something that looks like the top, and the other people on the other side of the building wanting to do something that looks like on the bottom. And then this idea that they wanted to condense these big, broad ideas into this little tiny space. So we did lots of experimentation around it. But in the end, it was this space that I was working with. And after I got out of working on that space, I just needed to put things everywhere. And so augmented reality, enter augmented reality. I left Lyft and I started experimenting around about just designing the whole world. And so that's what we're going to talk about first, is augmented reality. One last note on this slide. So I'm all these things. What I'm not is a specialist. As I said, I'm not in Cinema 4D every day all the time. So having used it for 15 years, I've got a broad knowledge of lots of different things, but there might be somebody else who can answer very specific questions about random stuff, or maybe I can answer it. I don't know. It's a big program. What I do as a generalist is I attack a concept and use every different thing that I can think of, including like spit shine, looking things up on Stack Overflow, and duct tape if need be, to try to make this random concept in my head come to life. And that's what I did with this. This is Presence. It's an AR app that I developed while I was at the XR Studio program. And we were looking a lot into uses for augmented reality, and a lot of the talk around it revolves around games. And while I game, I'm not a gamer per se, and I always feel like when I invest a lot of time in something, I always want to see this like creative result of it. And I feel like there's a lot of that sort of urge. So I wanted to make this kind of 3D greeting card where you could send somebody this scene that you create with assets, and they could open it up and have that experience. So let's start by looking at the app, and then we're going to talk through primitives, cloners, random modifier. We're going to talk about file prep and formatting to get it out of Cinema and into Xcode. And I'll be dealing with the Xcode environment in general. I found it a great place to start because they had really solid documentation. And ARKit had a lot of bells and whistles. We're going to also talk about materials and how to use them in both Cinema 4D and Xcode, and how to make contact shadows, which is a really important thing to cheat when you're working with augmented reality right now. This is kind of the influence of what I was doing. I was going for kind of that color factory aesthetic where you have these experiential displays. And let's quickly look at what presence looks like. So, AR, you've always got to get your environment. And there we go. Then we can put down some fun things. I want another one closer to me. Give me another plane. It thinks my plane is way over here. There we go. Hello. Hello, friends. You are all my friends. So you can move it around and you can place your objects in here and you can put some really cool little guys. And there's even some fun little rainbows, which is what we're going to look at next. There we go, a rainbow. So this is the object that we'll look at. Let's jump into Cinema. So this is what our friend looks like when he's all rendered out in Cinema. It's got kind of a fun vinyl texture. We're not going to use that. We're going to simplify it way down before we bring it in. And let's look for a second at how we might model that. So I was sticking to pretty basic things with this, trying to go with the primitive objects. We'll grab a torus for the first of our rainbow, and we'll make him a little bit bigger and a whole lot skinnier. And then I'm going to flip him up with this and slice him to give us the first of our rainbows. And we'll do a lot of cloners, but for this initial pass, I'm going to do it simply and with math. So we know that our radius is 8 pixels. So doubling it is 16. I'm going to go down here and subtract 16 to get my next loop. And then, sorry, it wanted it to be 8 to get my 16. Okay, there we go. And I think I'm going to do a little bit less than that to get a nice overlap. So instead of doing my 16, I'm going to subtract 14 and then continue out the rainbow and make myself a nice couple of friends here. Last guy, and I am option dragging to duplicate them. And then my original materials were vinyl, but the material I'm going to use to bring into Xcode has just the color channel enabled, so I can pick out and have the color brought in, but not any of the extra information. I'll put those guys on all of the different friends. And then after we have that, I'm going to group it and use a cloner to do our next part of it. So select them all and Option G to group. And I'll call this rainbow. Keep it tidy. Remember to label. And then grab a cloner friend and stick it on there. So we're going to use linear for this. We're in the right ballpark, but I don't want it to go up. I want it to go out. So I'll go back to my math again, and this time I'm going to use the full 16 so they lay next to each other nicely. And we have a rainbow. So then let's talk about our happy little clouds. The clouds that I was looking at were, they had lots of variation in size. So let's look at some ways that we can get that. I'm going to start off with a big sphere, and this one is going to be I'll call it large. He is going to be used for our cloner shape. And then I'm going to grab another little sphere, name him small little friend, and he'll be about 20 radius. And now I need to grab another instance of the cloner object, and I'm going to put my small in there. Right now it's still linear, so I need to give it an object reference so we can use the object cloner. There we go. So this is on surface mode, and it's just aligning it to the surface, but there are a couple of other options here, and in this case, I think this vertex shader is pretty nice. It will allow me to put each one of those objects where the lines meet at the vertex. So we'll switch it to vertex and check it out. That's something, kind of looks like a golf ball. The next thing we're going to do is look at the number of segments on the object and drop it down so we have less objects in there. And I'm also going to change this to hexahedron because I like kind of the randomness of where that landed. And I think we can go even further down and use 8. So let's see what our cloner looks like now. All right, something, that's something. We'll drop him down a little bit more. And then I am going to go in, make this guy white. I'm going to make my smalls a little bigger. And then I'm going to add a random effector on here to start to get that variation in the size. So let's do MoGraph effector random. And make sure it is added to my friend. Okay, so it's really random. We don't want it quite that random. Let's remove the position and look just at that scale. I want to check uniform, so it is staying X and Y scaled the same. And I'll do a -0.5. And that's starting to be interesting. I'm going to make these guys a little bigger, I think. And then I want to play with my random effector and try out the different seeds and see what kind of different effects I can get. And I think I like that guy pretty well. So the last thing I'm going to do is make this guy editable now. So I can do the final adjustments with the scale tool, kind of scale him in and maybe expand him out a little bit. And I'm going to call that a cloud. So once again, I'll Option G, group them into a cloud. And I am going to use one more fun thing from this menu. I'm going to use an instance so I can make 2 clouds with all of that existing geometry. Let's pop out into our 4 view so I can make sure that they're all lined up. I would like both of them, please. And spread them out. And now we've got a simple little model. I think those clouds are probably bigger than I want them. We'll scale them uniformly a little bit. All right, so at this point, I could bring this right into Xcode by just exporting it as a DAE. And I'm going to show you what it looks like. The nice thing about Xcode is it will read all of that randomness, all of the toruses, the instances, the cloners. It all came in and it read. So you can just get that directly in there. I would not recommend it, however. A better way to do it is to reduce all of your geometry to as simple as you can. And the outermost grouping is important to keep it named properly because we'll be referring to it in the code and we'll be iterating through that file structure. So the way we plan it over here is important. I'm going to delete out the scene and the other examples. And then I'm going to go through and I'm going to C key to make this editable. And then grab it all and go to Object, Connect Object, and Delete. So I get just the simple geometry here. I'll do that again to the other friend. Connect Object and Delete. And finally to our rainbow. And keep it named. All of these objects I'm going to group up again and make sure they're named properly so Xcode recognizes them. And then I will export here as a DAE file. A DAE file is a good interchange format that Xcode can read. Call this that. In this export option, we don't have to worry about animation or triangles. Interestingly, DAE can use animation. It can use scale and position. It can't use point level animation, but it can do the scale and the position and rigged models. So it can be useful, but not for this example. Well, OK. And then let's find our file and bring it into Xcode. Here is the rainbow. There's my DAE. And when you're dragging files into Xcode, it is creating a file structure on your hard drive. So it's similar to just option dragging it into the file structure. And we get this rainbow DAE. And the first thing we have to do is convert it to a scene file format. So we've now got our little play friend, our rainbow, nicely named. And I want to look at how you deal with textures in Xcode. Similar to in Cinema 4D, you can use HDRI images to provide the information. So I'm going to put this modern atrium, nice sort of softer background for the whole thing. And then when I go into the actual rainbow texture, I'm going to use a different HDRI image on the reflective channel. So I'm going to take this Pritzker Pavilion one and place it on here. You get this nice big shine, and you can play with the values to see how shiny you would like it to be. The other thing that I found would be good for this project is to add the color to the emission channel as well. So it stayed a little bit brighter and truer, emitting on the light. And I definitely invite you to look into the documentation that ARKit has on their materials because they're really well put out and there's lots of information to be had. So this is what I like for the balloon, the nice shiny thing. The cloud, I'm going to use a similar technique, putting HDRI image in the reflective channel. But I'm going to tamp this one down a lot more because the white didn't seem to have reflections as much. And then I will, oh, this is fine actually. About 0.24 is pretty good. I'll do a couple more of the rainbow colors just so you can see the process one more time. It's selecting the diffuse color, adding it to the emission channel, and depending, you might want to take it down a bit, and then adding a HDRI image to the reflective channel to get those nice highlights. And let's do it to the blue, and I'm going to do it to, the red and the orange are actually really an awful color. Look at how awful that orange is. But when you stick some of the orange in the emission channel, it gets much brighter and happier, and then you stick the HDRI image on it, and you get those nice reflections. Okay, so let's now export this and see how we're doing with it. Oh, it takes so long to compile. Okay, so we've got a rainbow there, and we've got some shading, and we've got some highlights, and it's starting to look like it has a ballooniness to it. So I'm going to leave that one right now, and I'm going to talk about the contact shadows, which is another important topic for putting your objects out. For this example, I'm using this one that I set up where there's already a ground plane. Most often you would probably be using this when you're placing an object on the ground, and you could do it by putting a transparent shadow that was textured to a surface plane. But we'll simplify it and use this. A couple of things about bringing it into Xcode. Stuff like this, this layer shader, will not read in Xcode. It will come up and look like you can see the flat color on there. It doesn't read the stripes when you just bring it in directly. It also doesn't like frontal projection or any of the fancier different ways of putting on textures. Everything needs to be UVW mapped. Luckily, there is a nice tool in here that we're going to look at, which is this Bake Object tool. So I'll run through a quick way of generating a texture and then some shadows off of it. I'm going to uncheck Illuminate, Ambient Inclusion, and Normals. We just want to get the color here. And then I'm going to increase the pixel size because it's going over this whole object. So it needs to have some information to work with. And I will place it in my building texture folder. It doesn't matter where I put it. I'll put it right here. And I'm going to call this one color. Bake. And it's going to generate this nice UVW map for me. And this is step one. At this point, I'm going to go through my export process and generate my file. We'll call it buildings and use the DAE again. Same format there. And now I'm going to go back and make my shadow pass. And the way I do the shadow pass is by looking at each one of these textures and going through and adding this white instead of the colored layer to it. And I want to make sure that on this white layer, it's just a color, there's no reflectance on it. And I will once again run my bake object, and this time I'm going to call it shadow. So let's bake it. Oh, it gave me nothing because I didn't check ambient occlusion and illuminate, which are the passes that we're working with. This should look a little bit better. So now we've got our passes, and if you've done this, the flow going into After Effects, it feels very similar to me, where you generate your passes and you realign them. Let's jump over to Keynote and see, or to Xcode and see how that works. I'm going to open up my buildings file, do a similar drag and drop of the DAE. Once I have this guy in here, I can go to my thing, and it's come right over. I've got my illumination. Oh, that's the one I already did. Let's look at our buildings, and we'll recreate that process together. Convert it to a scene kit file. I'm going to remove the sun and the shadow light, which I used in Cinema. And one quick thing about how I generated these shadows. The general process was I had one ambient light to light the scene, and then I had a shadow caster light that was just a direct light. But I don't need those anymore. Take them out. on this buildings, I'm going to select it, go into my textures, and I'm going to get my passes and drag them over. We got an ambient occlusion, a color, and our surface color. And before I show you the magic, I want to show you one other thing and mention Apple does have lights within here, so you can light with a spotlight. However, it's harder to get the fine-tuned control. I think coming from Cinema 4D, it's nice to be able to have that control with the lightings. So before we do this, I do want to show you what it looks like to do Apple's light. So they have a nice light here, which you can fool around with, but it's not giving me the shadows. I'm going to delete that out and stop and show you without the light there is already some ambient light, and this is the last time we'll look at it pre-effect, and then we'll add our effect in. So this is before we add our shadow for a reference again. And you can see that you do see shading in there, but you just don't see those contact shadows. So back to our buildings. We're going to grab them and put our passes on now. On our multiply channel, we're going to bring in our ambient occlusion. And on our illumination, we'll bring in that shadow surface color and export and see how we do. Oh, that's not correct. I need to change the file name. We put in a new and interesting one. It's no longer buildings start, it's buildings. One other cool thing about Xcode that I would be totally remiss if I did not tell you about, because it caused a lot of things for me, is that there is this tag. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Here are our shadows. We've got nice shadows that came in from Cinema that you can fully customize. And the idea is you want them to be a general shadow, not very directional, so that way it will look okay no matter what sort of lighting is in the real world. Okay, all done with augmented reality. Take a big breath. Okay, now I'm going to talk about another and completely different thing. This guy, I would like you to meet Jen. So Jen is a 3D character that I developed and then ended up bringing out into the real world. It started from this...
Can we show that on Twitch? Is that TOS? I'm gonna get banned. It's not TOS.
So I learned a whole lot about the physical aspects of it, and this is just the tip of the iceberg on that one. But what we're going to talk about is when you're in Cinema, what do you do if you've done this dope model? And I've heard some of the other speakers, and they're talking about really cool character design stuff. So if you've learned this cool character design stuff and you want to bring it out, I would like to talk you through that and help you over some of the hoops. I'm going to talk about selection sets, polygon management, this amazing little plugin that's called Magic Merge, and extrusion, viewport clipping, mesh checking, and then file prep and format. Whew, all right. So this is what the model that I eventually sent to the printer looked like. Much cleaner than when I started. You can notice, notably, that there is an interior geometry as well as an exterior geometry. And this is an important concept for 3D printing. There are some printers, I think the MakerBot, their slicer will deal with geometry that isn't defined a width, but most of them like you to put that width on. So a lot of things online will show you how to do this by doing an extrude, which is cool if you're working with a cube like this. You can just take it out. You can select all of your polys and then MT, extrude it, and you can see how you can get that geometry. And this tells the printer where it should be printing. But when you're dealing with a model as complicated as that character is, it's not realistic to just extrude the whole thing. There are way too many polys you're dealing with. So one of the gotchas about this one I want to show you right off is when I render this right now, it looks super smooth and lovely, but it's all a lie. It has this Fong tag on it, which will give some automatic smoothing to it. And if I remove that Fong tag and look, I can see what the actual polygon count looks like. So it's a good one to check through and make sure how that looks. I am now going to jump over to a lower poly version of this file. I want to tell you a little bit about why you would use a Magic Merge plugin. So if you just merge all your objects together with the Connect Objects and Delete, you're going to get interior geometry like this hair. And you can get a good visualization on that by going to project settings, edit, project settings, and looking at your view clipping. If you're in a tiny view clipping, you can't see inside your object, but if you pop it out to this huge or custom, you can get in there and see how it does. And once you use a Magic Merge plugin, you can see that there's no interior geometry. It puts everything together and takes out the middle. And let's look at a quick example on a simpler object so you can really get the idea of that. So we have a cone and a cube per se. And if I just stick them together with my Connect Object and Delete, I'm going to end up seeing lots of things in there. Edit, settings. It's going to keep that geometry. That will definitely confuse the printer. So if I go here and I do Magic Merge, on the other hand, then when I zoom in, it's totally clear and empty inside. And this would be manifold and watertight and could be printed. But it would be printed solid. And when it's printed solid, more material is used. So the more hollow you can get it, the cheaper it will be for you. Yeah. Yeah, totally. So in this guide, let's look at how we would start to process it. It's a very complicated model with lots of random booleans and spline wraps and different effects. And I would go through and be careful with each one to make sure that I treat it correctly. So making it editable inside first, Connect Objects and Delete, opening it up, grabbing all of my objects, the eye especially, since it is using a boolean. I want to make sure I reduce it first before I do the rest of it. There's a lot of random things that can go wrong. But we're going to reduce all of these friends into their basic geometry. And then we will use our Magic Merge to put them back together again cleanly. Okay, we got all of that. I'm going to make sure we gather them all up and take them, and here's the plugin, Magic Merge, and it brings them all together. I am going to use another quick little trick with this before I merge it any further. There's this selection manager that is an easier way for you to view the polygons, the polygon selections. I'm making a polygon selection that just is the top of my file so I can reference it later when I need to separate it. We'll do that, and then we'll bring our bottom and our top, and I'm going to merge them together so they take away all of the information that's on each side. And then I have to separate them out now, and I can go back quickly and find my top and select just the polygons that are in the top selection. Let's try to select all. I'm going to try this one more time with a new polygon selection because that one didn't appear to work. Top one. Okay. So grab these, plug in Magic Merge them, and then I'll go back with my top selected. I'm going to copy the whole thing and make a second copy, and then I'll select select it, and I'm going to delete it off the top, and I'll call this guy bottom because I've taken the top off of him. Go back here, and I'm now going to invert my selection and delete off just the bottom, so this guy is my top. Now, if everything worked well, I should have clean and simple geometry, and I've split it into two, primarily for 3D printing, printer limitations. If you're trying to go big, you can often go as big as you'd like. If you can separate it into two files and print it in two parts, you can get larger size. All right, I'm going to delete, not delete, I'm gonna hide my top, and let's just look at how we might finish this guy off. Well, there is a fun little area down here that I didn't used to know about, mode modeling and mesh checking. So you can enable mesh check, and for the purposes of 3D printing, we're not really concerned about the isolated points or the poles. The ones that are really important for this are non-manifold and boundary edges, and this will quickly pop up and show you what you're dealing with and what you have to optimize. So I'm grabbing my selection tool, and I'm just going to grab this extra geometry that we don't need. I like to do it by selecting it and then using UI to grow my selection. Grow it up really big till I'm sure I selected all of those errant polygons and delete it off. So that dropped our selection down. I can go back here again and select it. And I also know that this row of polys is pretty messy, so I'm just going to delete that out. Select it one more time. We're now down to just 311 ones. And the way I will close this model off is as simply as because nobody's going to see this part. So if it's not going to be seen, the lower poly, the better. I'm still selected on edge mode, and I'm going to zoom out a little bit, and then do MT to extrude, and bring in a layer, bring it down, MT again to bring in another one. Oh, I've got some weird geometries. Okay, there. I prepped this one ahead of time and already made some edges down there. Let's close these guys off quickly with a closed polygon hole. This was the thing. This was the thing that went wrong. Something's always got to go wrong. I'll close my polygon hole because it was getting ahead of me. Close, close, and then jump back out to where we were with our bottom. Here, mode, you're just getting a review. Modeling, select, and let's try one more time to extrude our guy in and make a nice clean gradation in here. It'll be flat there, so the object has something to sit on. And then we will pull it down. And again, when we've got a little guy in there, we'll just close the polygon hole again. So one more. And mesh commands, close polygon hole, create tool. And this guy can sometimes, there we go. Sometimes finding that exact little spot is hard. So I already kind of gave you a preview of what's going to happen on the boots. The other thing I did to optimize this along the same lines of anything you don't see, eliminate polys, is use my selection tool to select all of these faces. And this one is not an even selection, so I'm going to go back and just clean that up here. Using the shift key to add to my selection, I'm going to make this a nice clean square. And then I'll do mesh command. I want to melt them together so I have just a single object. And this time I'm going to do MW to do an inner extrude. And then I'll lift this guy up and hollow out my boot. Save a little money. Save the money wherever you can, I guess. So that is about what we need to do to get this guy all ready to go. And then when he is, STL is generally a format that most 3D printers will take. So hopefully this will get you on your way to taking your existing 3D files and making them into usable 3D models. We are coming to the end, my friends. So again, I'm Megan, and you can find me at my website, Calcium75. If you're interested in the augmented reality app, you can check it out at presence.co. It's a beta, so you can get it on your very own phone. And if you're looking for other augmented reality resources, I collected up a bunch of the links that I found really useful that other people had put on the internet. So that is not a bad spot to go. And that is what I have for you, friends. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Megan Newall. So if you guys liked what you saw, I think we're going to be able to move your machine back there. I don't know. That's a technical question. So if you do have any questions, I think we do have a couple minutes so we could actually take one. We got a question here. The question is about ARKit.
All right.
How many polys? So the question is, how many polys before you start really lagging and breaking it?
So I did all my testing with my iPhone 8, and I didn't run into any problems, even when I didn't optimize particularly well. So I wasn't working with terribly complex geometry, but I didn't run into any limitations. Yeah.
So the question is,
In Xcode?
how do you zoom in Xcode?
What is cool is it's just like being on your Apple computer. It does all of the same shortcuts. So if you have your mouse, you can zoom in, and you can rotate it. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of loved that because it was, I don't know.
Intuitive?
Can Cinema get that at some point? The
Do you
zoom
want
with the
that-
pinch?
Well, I guess you need a touchscreen monitor, huh? Or just connect your...
Yeah, we're just watching some of the live streams from Siggraph. The Maxon one was really the only one I could find. There's another side effects one going on at 3 p.m. that we're gonna check out. But yeah, just trying to see what's going on at Siggraph. I'm over here on Twitter. Just looking at some of this guy's work. Which maybe you should just go to his website. It looks like it does some interactive work. Interesting. Let's check out this one. That one is pretty cool. I like that one. Let's check out a few more. This one looks a little bit scary.
Sadly, one Sunday, I waited and waited with flowers in my arms for the dream I'd created. I waited till dreams like my heart were all broken. The flowers were all dead, and the words were unspoken. The grief that I knew was beyond all consoling. The beat of my heart was a bell that was tolling. Saddest of Sundays. Then came a Sunday when you came to find me. They bore me to church, and I left you behind me. My eyes could not see when I wanted to love me. The earth and the flowers are forever and the wind whispered, never, but you I have loved, and I bless you forever. Last of all Sunday.
That was pretty sweet. Says the work is an interactive installation in which a number of neural networks analyze a live camera feed pointing at a table covered in everyday objects. Through very tactile hands-on experience, the audience can manipulate the objects on the table with their hands and see corresponding scenery emerging on the display in real time, reinterpreted by the neural networks. That's pretty cool. Oh, looks like there's a few of these.
Ellerimle büyüttüm, solarken dirilttim. Çiçeğimi kopardın sen, ellere verdin. Çiçeğimi kopardın sen, ellere verdin. Dağlar dağlar, kurban olam, yol ver geçem. Sevdiğimi son bir olsun, yakından gören.
adjusting. So if we go to adjust, I'm going to the front view. So the front view, here it is. And so these little dots that we have on the character, the only thing that we have to do is get them to the place that we want them to be. So for example, the chest controller and the chest joints, we would like them to be here. And the neck, I would like them to be over here. The head must pivot from this place. And lastly, the head tip, I'm going to put it here. The arms, the collarbones must pivot around here, this place. The shoulders, the elbows, and finally, the wrists. The legs are fine, I think. Let's go to a side view to see how things are doing over there. We just have to push this back, so I'm going to hit the 7 key so I don't move the wrist, the ankles, I'm sorry. And here I'm just going to pull the neck back. And believe it or not, our rig is ready. Now we have to go to a third phase, that is the binding. And the only thing that we just have to do is we have to put our mesh into this field, and that's about it. So now I'm going to return to our perspective view. Our relationship between our joints and our mesh is done. And now we just have to go to animate, and that's it. We can select our controllers, and we must be ready to go. So let me just show you. The character is ready, right? So, of course, the eyes and the scarf are not moving. I'm going to show you later on this amazing way of constraining the things to the joints. And some weighting has to be refined in the character. So, for example, if I were to hit add walk, the character would already be walking. But of course, this is a character with an enormous head, so there are vertices that are not being weighted automatically perfect. But weighting is pretty easy in cinema. So let me show you real quick how weighting is done. So we would just only have to, I'm going to set up another object manager, and I'm going to search for the joints. So for the joints to appear in the object manager, you just have to click on the character object, go to display, and here in managers, instead of components, I'm going to go for a full hierarchy. And here in my second object manager, here I'm going to collapse so I can find my mesh. And here in the second object manager, I'm going to type joint, or no, I'm going to type head, right? And here is the joint that I want. So I'm going to double click on the weight stack, and this is the problem that we're having. So the only thing that we have to do is select the joint that these vertices are supposed to be weighted at, and just clicking at them, and very quickly you can set them to the right place. So everybody is very scared when it comes to weighting, but it actually isn't. You just have to have the patience of one afternoon, and from that point on, you will have 2 years of animating your character as you wish. So that is automatic rigging. That's the first thing I wanted to share with you guys today. But now, let's go into more interesting stuff. So, let me show you this amazing thing that has been living inside of cinema for years, and nobody knew about this. Very few people knew about it. But, well, when it comes to character animation and developing a series, you need to be able to dress up your characters, because you want maybe one script to happen in the moon, and then you want one script to happen in the Wild West, right? And you want sometimes to dress them as a rapper, and this other show was about boxing, and this other show was about ninjas. and this was like a parody of Mad Max. So we really needed to be able of putting clothes in the characters, but we were very afraid of how this was going to be because we were very afraid of dynamics. We have very short timelines, deadlines in the production. So let me show you how automatic clothing works. So this is a tool called BAMP. And how it works is just like this. Let me show you. So here we have a file with the same character, and is one that I was showing you earlier. And if I were to select this controller, we rigged the sliders that allows the animator to make fists, right? But as you can see, the glove is not following the fingers. So check this out. The only thing you have to do in cinema is you have to go to character, you have to go to manager, BAMP, and this amazing tool allows you just to put the source that has the weighted joints, and so I'm going to drag it over here, and then you just have to put the target of the mesh you want to move. So in this case is the glove. And next we have to check joint weights. I'm going to leave nearest surface as the evaluation method. I'm going to leave transform at off. Space I'm going to change to global, and I'm going to hit transfer maps. And just like that, my glove now has this tag called a weight tag that has the information of the joints. And now the only thing I have to do is go to character and ask for a skin deformer. The skin deformer, where is it? Character and skin. There it is. So back into my meshes, I'm just going to make this skin deformer a child of that glove. And I'm going to try it out. And if I can make the fist, this is ready to go. So this is amazing, right? Because just like that, you're ready to put clothes, and the clothes will follow your character amazingly. So let me show you, for example, here the pants. They can do whatever deformation we want. So whatever extreme pose that the character reaches, the clothing system will reach. So that's for the first and the second part of the presentation. But now I wanted to show you, like, this is all the fast part, right, of producing, and it's very important. But there comes a time in, I think, every animation studio's life where you have to develop your own story and develop your own rigs and your own characters and tell your story. And for us, this is Sally. This is the series that we are developing in Mexico. It's a cartoon for kids, and they're just 4 friends hanging around, having adventures, but they happen to be like a child version of the gods that were worshipped in Mexico before Christianity came along. So for example, this is Sally, she's the goddess of the wind, and this is Mai, she's the goddess of the earth. So to achieve this kind of movement, we also thought that this project actually is like our way of paying a tribute to animation as an art form, to study and develop its formulas and to contribute to its evolution. So in order for us to reach this kind of extreme poses and movement, cartoon movement, I'm going to show you what I call like the cartoon rigging. This is like the main event of my presentation, because what we did for many years, we used the character object for animating, but since like maybe 2 years ago, we studied very carefully how the character object was made, and we made like a simple version that would be faster, because we don't have like very, very big computers in the studio. So we needed to optimize absolutely everything, right? So what I'm going to show you now is how we dissected this character object and we reduced it to its simplest form. And believe it or not, we managed to do this with only 3 tools: the IK spline, and the PSR tag. It sounds very lame, but they are so powerful and they give you everything. They give you the behaviors of the mechanism of a spine, and therefore for the line of action, and the mechanism for the limbs. And the PSR tag is so powerful. So let me show you real quick what is this all about. I'm going to show you the 3 tools, and then I'm going to show you how they are applied within the rig. So the first thing you want is line of action in a character, and this you can achieve with the IK spline. So the IK spline, let me set it up for you so that you can see how easy it is. So this is a menu where you can grab this pen tool and you can draw, like in Illustrator, a path, right? I'm going to hit the escape key. And we have like sort of a torso, a spine over there already. Now I'm going to deselect, and I'm going to character and joint tool. And I'm just going to hit with the control key selected, I'm going to make a lot of joints. And then the only thing that you have to do is you have to right click on the first joint. You have to go to character tags, and you have to go to IK spline. And here in the attributes manager, I'm just going to set type to equal. Spline, I'm going to drag my spline over here. And in end, I'm going to drag my last joint over here. And now I'm going to ask Cinema to give me my controllers so that I can move this around. And this, in the handles tab, I'm just going to hit add 2 times and create. And Cinema has given us 2 controllers. I'm going to ask Cinema for a display, maybe a circle. I'm going to make it bigger. And if I hit 0, I can select, for example, this could be the chest controller. And if I move it around, we have built, just like that, spine behavior. We can reach any like shape we need for the spine of the character. So that would be like the mechanism for the spine, right? So let me show you the mechanism for the arms. So the arms, it's the IK, right? And this is, it's very, very easy. So I'm going to a side view. That's it. And I'm going to character, joint tool, and I'm going to click 1, 2, 3 times. So this would be like, for example, a leg. And the same thing. You would just have to right click on the first joint, go to, this is easier even still, because you could click on the first joint, you could go to character, and in commands, there's a command that does this automatically, create IK chain. And just like that, Cinema has done all the job for you and has given you a controller. So I'm going to ask for a circle display here for my controller. I can select it as well. And if I were to move it around, things would be ready to go. And that's it for the limbs. So we have the spine, we have the limbs, our character is ready to go. So let me show you the last tag we used in our character rigs. And this tag is so powerful and it's so simple. It's the PSR tag. So the PSR tag is, you wouldn't believe how amazingly powerful this is, and it's so easy. I'm just going to select the sphere, go to character, conversion, and convert to nulls. And that's it. I have there a null that can be my controller. So in order for this controller to move this sphere, I'm going to set up a circular display. So I'm going to make it a little bit bigger so that we can see it. And what I do to make the constraint is a little trick I'm going to show you. I select the object that I want to move. Then with command, I select the object that will be moving it, and I hit Shift-C. And this like a little window pops up, and I type in PSR. And I can go down to add PSR constraint and hit enter. And just like that, Cinema will have made this relationship between my controller and the object that I want to move. So this doesn't sound very amazing, like the visual effects stuff that we've been looking at, but believe me, this tag right here is so powerful that gives you a lot of speed and it's so reliable. You can do a lot of things very smoothly in animation thanks of how this is built. So let me show you now how these three tools are applied in our rig. So I have here our same character with the rig built into it. So as you can see, we have our joints. We have a lot of controllers over there. So let me show you, for example, the spine behavior, how it works. So I'm going to select the hip controller, and if I were to move it, you can have this amazing behavior with the hips, right? And just by moving a little bit the character, you have amazing results. And the same thing with the chest, right? So if I were to move the chest, we can reach very easily a lot of extreme poses. And what I wanted to show you is that the PSR constraint, this is the part where it becomes very amazing. I'm going to show you later on another tool called Espresso Tag, but that tool in conjunction with the PSR tag allows us to do stuff like I'm going to show you right now. So if I select the torso controller, I have over here a slider that allows the animator to switch between an IK and an FK system. But thanks to the PSR tag, this is very smooth. And of course, you want, as an animator, to have FK possibilities because you can go very wild with FK possibilities. So for example, if you were to be in an FK mood and you wanted to go very crazy, you could go very crazy with this. For example, we built in this controller in the middle of the spine that you can pull off, and you can have this slider that makes like things even smoother. And what is amazing is that animators can go to this torso controller and just go smoothly to the other stuff. And this is just these three amazing tools, right? And so let me show you real quick the arms behavior, how are they working? So the arms work like any other arm. They have like their elbow working, but I think here I have this, on my layer system, I have secondary controllers. And if I were to select this guy over here, I can break the joints. And this is the IK working in conjunction with the IK spline. So for example, if you want to do rover hose animation, the only thing that we have to do is play with this slider, and this will allow us to have like this kind of arms, where you have like Adventure Time kind of arms, spaghetti arms, I don't know. And thanks to the IK tag, we can have like this amazing sliders over here in this controller that allows us as well to do amazing stuff like, for example, stretching. So if I were to drag this to 100, I will be able of stretching this arm as far as I want. And this in cartoon, of course, it comes in handy. So that's it, like for for the part of the body, and this is like these 3 tags that I wanted to talk about. These 3 tags are the ones that can do whatever you want with character animation. And that's basically our rig. Now, so back to our index. What comes next is when you have to push the pose, right? So in cartoon animation and in general, I mean, one of the principles of animation is exaggeration. So in order to achieve exaggeration in 3D, we can use extra deformation. And this is really easy in cinema. So let me show you this scene. So here we have Sally, and as you can see, we're having like very extreme poses here. Big done. So for example, here we have this moment where we have the chest expanding, we have the mouth becoming something else, and we have teeth. So what I want to talk to you about is how we managed to do the pose morph, all the facial deformations. That's the first thing. Then I want to talk about the rig system for the teeth, because the teeth were a challenge for us, and we managed to do that thanks to the tools of Siggraph, to the cloner object. And lastly, I'm going to talk about how we managed to do these extra deformations with the formers. So first off, let me talk about the pose morph, how to do facial animation in Cinema 4D. So what I have, let me close this here. It's just a very simple exercise. I have a cube. I'm going to points mode, and I'm going to select these points right here. I'm going to right-click on my cube and go to character tags, and I'm going to select the pose morph. And here in the attributes manager, I'm going to check points. And a tag has already been made here. And so I'm going to call this pyramid. And so here, what I'm going to do is just scale this so that I have a pyramid. And what the pose morph does is that it gives you this slider right here. You have to go to animate, and this sliders is what you guys been seeing in my character. Like, this is just the only thing that you have to do. You have to model your vertices, and you will be ready to go. So let me show you how this works in the rig. So I have here Sally, and let me show you. I'm going to turn on subdivision so we can see her face, her beautiful face. And so in the head controller, we have all these sliders to make her happy, or to make her sad, or to make her angry, or as I showed you in the clip, to make her blow the bubbles she was trying to blow. And all of this is a pose morph, as you could see. And what is amazing about the pose morph is that it's so powerful, it allows you to blend all of the sliders that you make. So if I were to pull all of these guys together, I mean, we would have something very crazy, but I mean, you can get to very extreme things, right? So, but of course, I'm not going to do that to her. But for example, what we did do is that we broke apart the expressions into a left side and a right side. So here we have these controllers that are pretty neat because they allow us to move the eyes, but as well to scale the eyes if she's scared, or to rotate them as well. But here we have like all those expressions that I showed you were in the head controller, but only happening in the right side of her face. So here it's really amazing because you can get away with more stuff. And of course, this can be combined with whatever thing is going on in the face. So all this combination really makes it opens the door to a lot of possibilities in animation. So let me drop everything back to 0. And next stop is how to integrate those amazing MoGraph tools into character animation, right? So let me do here a smile. So she's happy, right? And I have this little exercise I brought for you of the cloner. So in this example, I have this cube that is just a child of a cloner object, and I have drawn this spline that resembles the shape of the mouth, right? And the cloner object in MoGraph is so powerful because it allows you to order your clones in whatever object you want. In this case, the spline. And if I were to select, for example, one of the vertices of the spline and move it around, I would move the shape of those clones. So you see where I'm getting at. These, of course, are the teeth. And we needed to do this because the art director sometimes draws the storyboard with teeth and sometimes without teeth, because that's cartoon, right? You don't have to be realistic. So we couldn't just model the teeth into the character. We had to have something very, very manageable. So the cloner object actually has so many parameters you can play with. Let me show you. So for example, you can offset, you can reduce the counts of the clones, you can play with the start, the end, rotating, whatever you need. So let me show you the possibilities that this allows in our rig. So here is Sally. And if I were to hit NG, I'm going to see things only through the lines. And I'm going here in my layers, I have my secondary controllers, and then suddenly all these little controllers appear. And these controllers over here are for the tongue, and for the teeth, and for the bell, and for a lot of things. So for example, here, I have this controller. I'm going to select it, and I'm going to click on on. And this will show the teeth. And now the thing that we have to do is push the teeth to the place where they have to be so that they match the smile of Sally. So I'm going to put these guys over here, and I'm going for the right controller. I'm going to select it and push it over here. And just like that, it's in its place, but this of course looks horrible. And so what is amazing is that I can go to that middle controller that I showed you earlier, and I can play around with all those parameters that I was showing you that the cloner object has. So I can play with the rotation, I can play with the scale on X, and I can play with the scale on Y, and the teeth will be okay. And for example, sometimes the art director will draw the storyboard with rounded teeth, and sometimes with like this kind of teeth, right? So we have this pose morph that is connected to this stuff that allows us to go to rounded teeth. So all this comes together pretty nice, right? So that's it for the MoGraph and the pose morph. And finally, let me tell you about this amazing thing that is, oh, no, sorry. So I brought another exercise called extra deformers. So in cinema, you can have this kind of instruction to an object where you can put this weights tag and tell a deformation, in this case the wind deformer, to restrict thanks to this tag. And you can paint, for example, if I were to paint here like this, I could restrict that deformer to a certain area. So the wind deformer will only affect that part of my object, right? So let me show you how this applies in the character. So back to Sally. We have this, I was showing you these secondary controls. And if I were to select this guy over here and push it, that is exactly what you were seeing in that other clip where she is trying to blow the bubbles. It's just a spherified deformer. So let me real quick unlock my meshes. And here in my mesh, as you can see, I have my skin deformer that is allowing me to move the character along with the joints. But Cinema allows you to put whatever deformation below that skin deformer. And this opens the possibilities of a lot of things. For example, this, right? We need it for this particular scene for her to expand her chest. So we just put this spherified deformer and we restricted with the tag I just showed you so that it happens only in that part of the chest. And well, that's it for the characters. And now let me show you about layout to end my presentation. So, a lot of things. Oh, but after I go to layout, let me show you, if you open Cinema 4D and you go to the content browser, there is this character that I made back like in 2015, and you can find it there and study it. And this was like the first characters that I was rigging, and this, for example, is a very good example of how pose morphs can work with the Espresso tag that I'm going to show you right now. So you can do like really quick stuff, allow the animators to fly within their workflow with very simple tools. This was like an exercise for lip syncing, very, very fast. So now, let me go to the fast and the easy layout. So we have 4 layouts in our project because we wanted to talk about like all the parts of Mexico. So in Mexico we have the valley with the volcanoes, but as well in the south part of Mexico we have the rainforest. So we wanted to have a layout for that as well. And in the northern parts of Mexico, of course, you know, there's the desert. So we wanted to have like that kind of layout. And of course, the beautiful Mexican beaches. So we wanted to have like a layout in the coastline of Mexico. So what I'm going to talk about right now to end my presentation is how we rigged a lot of things in order to give the layout artist some possibilities of doing whatever they want, but very, very quickly. And the two tools that I'm going to talk about is the Espresso and the Xref. So let me, again, I'm going to show them to you real quick, and then I'm going to show you how are they applied in the project. So the Espresso, this little exercise I brought, is very simple. I have these 2 cogwheels, and I want to rotate B with A. So the only thing I have to do is I have this Espresso null object, and here I will right-click on it, and I will go to Cinema 4D tags, and go to Espresso. And here, I'm just going to drag A, and I'm going to select it, and here in its coordinates, I want the B, the banking, to go in its output column. And then I want to drag B, and same thing. I want to search for the banking rotation and put it here. And now the only thing that we have to do is to connect these 2 together. And when I rotate A, B will do it. And that's so powerful because it allows you to do all the stuff I've been showing you that we rigged in our project. Of course, this, for example, is not rotating right. This has to rotate the other way. So the espresso allows you to do like any kind of calculation very easily. I'm not into computers at all, but this is like very, very, as I was telling you earlier, I studied film production. So for me, it is amazing just to go to here to negate and to connect these guys to a negate node. And this allows me to have the behavior, the correct behavior of the cogwheels. So that's the espresso. And let me show you real quick the last tool I want to talk about, that is the Xref. So I am going to go to create. I'm going to Xref, and I'm going to hit on add Xref. And here I have this Xref file I'm going to open. So what Xref allows you is to have this very, very manageable pipeline. Because if suddenly one of your animators finds a problem with a rig or with a texture or with whatever, he can go to the Xref, and here in the Attributes Manager, he can go and click on Open for Edit. And he will automatically be presented with this file that is the original file of this cube. And for example, I'm just going to do something very simple here. I'm going to change the material from red to green. And all we have to do here is, of course, save and close or whatever, and click on the Xref and go to reload. And things will reload in the animator's scene. So if suddenly you have like a joint that is not working good, you can fix it and your pipeline will be flawless. So let me show you how this works in our pipeline. So here I have this layout. And for example, if you're a layout artist in our studio and you wanted to do a scene, right? So what you would like is, for example, to grab this tree right here and bring it over here so that you can put it where the camera is. And maybe you can scale it down, pull it up. You can do whatever you want. But we made this amazing espresso rig that allows us to do stuff like this. Watch this, how cool is this? I'm going to hit Control key and drag. And this second tree, I'm going to just drag this slider and change its shape to another tree. And this way, the layout artist can get away with something pretty fast. And we, for example, made 3 different shapes of trees. And this goes for the trees, but we could do this as well with the bushes. So I'm going to grab this bush, and I'm going to put it here in the scene where the camera is. And so, for example, we could have this little bush over here. But if I were to hit Control and drag this other bush, Control and drag. That's it. This other bush could be other thing. Like, for example, in Mexico, we have a lot of tuna. No, not tuna. What's called, well, like cacti plants. And so this is the way that you can get away with doing a very complex layout very fast. But that's not it. Check this out. We have our midground, right? So this is like a hill that could be like in the midground, and you can, the same thing, you could pull it over here, and with Control key, you can duplicate it. And what we do is that we just rotate it around, or maybe scale it up or pull it down. And we built in a squash and stretch that allows you to reach other kind of stuff within the layout possibilities. And the other thing that we built to this layout is that we can select this controller over here, and we can change the colors of the layout from daytime to noontime and to nighttime. So this, of course, allows layout artists to be very, very fast. They sometimes have to manage, I don't know, hundreds of scenes, and this allows them to do it like with a lot of stability and very quick. And talking about stability, I have to talk about the XREF. So, as you can see, everything in this scene is like pretty rough, jagged. But if I were to hit subdiv, then everything looks nice. We have it this way, of course, so that the animators can have a very smooth way of navigating, because again, we have to optimize everything, right? But not only did we manage to do all our scene with this not subdivided elements, but we managed to do everything with a proxy. So if I were to go to here to create and select the XREF manager, I can go here to reference and say exchange all to proxy. And just like that, everything in the scene will go to a proxy version. And this is the way that we deliver the files to the animators so that they can do their stuff and they don't have any troubles working fast and having like a very, very fast workflow. So this is thanks to the XREF and to the Espresso. So as you can see, very simple tools, very fast to set, but they have such like stability within the production pipeline. So that is basically what I wanted to share with you guys today. Let me see if I'm missing something. No, I think that's it. So to conclude, I would like to say making technology available for everyone opens the door to a world of diversity. And in this world, we can listen to one another. And only then we will be able to respect our differences. But most of all, to celebrate what binds us together. Thank you very much for having me. You can find me on Instagram as Polygon Animation, and that's my mail. For those of you who do character animation, please let us know. And if you're a network, we're currently looking for a new house for Sally, for a new network. So please keep in touch.
All right, let's hear it again for Emiliano. So we do have time for a couple questions. So anybody from our live audience, if you do have...
I would like to get into some more character animation. So that was cool to see how he had everything rigged up. Like a lot of this stuff is not very complicated. I think the harder part would be to actually animate the characters than to rig them. So it would have been cool again to see more of the process of animation that he had, like show some of the keyframes in there. But the side effects live stream should be coming up here in about 10 minutes, so we'll go over there and watch that. Let's see. Oh, here's creating a character in cinema. It's at the same time as the side effects. But we've watched all of these cinema ones. So we'll see how long the side effects one is going to be as well. I'm not sure how long it'll be. I also wanted to check out this this thing. Check this box if you agree to the terms. Yes. What the fuck? That's so weird. Ooh.
Okay, so my name is Scott Keating. I'm a senior product designer at Side Effect Software, and I'm extremely happy to reveal Solaris here at Siggraph. And let's just jump right in. We've got a lot of stuff to cover, so we're just going to dive right in. So the first thing we want to talk about is, what is Solaris? And Solaris is a new context in Houdini, specifically designed around the tasks of lighting, look dev, layout, and rendering. And a key point is that it is USD based. And when we say USD based, we don't mean that we just will import USD. We mean that we work directly on USD. So USD, which is Universal Scene Description for those who aren't aware, but it's, we work natively with it. So Solaris nodes, or LOP nodes, work directly on USD. It edits the data directly. You're creating actual USD as you put down these nodes. And if we're going to do that, we're going to edit this USD and create it and manage it. We also want a way of rendering it directly as well. So we're also going to demo a little bit of Karma, which is our new CPU-based renderer, which is directly connected with Hydra. It is a Hydra render delegate, which means it can run sort of live in the viewport, taking in the USD as you're generating it. So again, let's just dive right in. It's a lot cooler to just show you things than it is to describe it in the abstract. So the first thing I want to show, because we're going to sort of skip over a lot of important details just to show you a lot of features, is when I talk about a scene graph or a scene graph tree, what I'm really talking about is essentially this hierarchy you see in this sort of new custom interface that we have inside of LOPS or Solaris. There's a lot of functionality here we're not going to talk about today. But basically what this is, what the scene graph tree is kind of a visual representation of what the underlying USD scene is. So it's the hierarchy you're building. The transforms, the meshes, the lights, the cameras, the materials, everything that you can embed in USD or describe with USD, you can sort of visualize here in our scene graph tree. And like I said, there's lots of functionality here for hiding things, representing things in a lightweight manner, payloads, if you're familiar with that terminology. But for the moment, when I talk about scene graph trees or hierarchy or primitives, I'm basically talking about elements in this UI. So we're going to start out with look dev. In some ways, these terms are a bit nebulous because the reality is they sort of blur between different departments. There's not a clear line for look development necessarily. But this would be a task like you want to import some sort of an asset, assign a material, and then maybe export it in some useful way. So let's take a look at a very simple example of how we might do that in Solaris. So first of all, everything is in one place. So I can bring in geometry. Again, USD directly. You'll see I'm loading a USD file. Just this very simple asset here. And let's throw down some lights. So right away, we have this new world where lights, geometry, editing of geometry, assignments of materials all happen in one place. So I'm just connecting up some lights. I'm moving them around in the viewport. And now I'm going to set up something called a material library. And the nice thing about this workflow is that nothing is sort of new here. You've always been able to do these types of things in Houdini. But having this single context means everything is a lot more explicit. So you used to have to sort of chase down parameters, jump between different contexts. And here now everything lives in one place. So we're just building an extremely simple shader here. It's just some noise, and that's basically it. We're just going to attach that to our geometry. And now we're just going to switch our viewport from OpenGL to our new Karma renderer. And you'll see that it immediately updates and begins rendering live in the viewport. And right away, this is super useful because, again, it makes everything happen in one place. Right? You're not jumping back and forth between different viewports. As I change my shader settings, things update immediately in the viewport. So if you're doing this type of look development, even in this very simple case, getting this fast feedback and this interactive feedback obviously makes your workflow a lot smoother and a lot nicer. So we've put a lot of work into, obviously we want to make Karma very fast and very able to handle lots of geometry, but we also want to make sure it updates quickly so that when you're changing things like displacement amounts, for instance, you immediately get the results. You can zoom in, tumble around, see how the light changes on your object. Here you can see we just adjust the displacement and we immediately get the result in the viewport. And the beauty of USD is that everything we've done here now can actually be encapsulated by USD. So rather than having to manage materials and geometry and lights and cameras all separately, they can all essentially live together in one USD file. And that means you can set up a scene like this, write out a file to disk, and everything comes along for the ride. And then you might think like, oh, but isn't that creating a lot of overhead? You know, like I don't want the lights when I load this asset. But USD has a very powerful layering system that we'll talk about a little later. That means that you can just disable or enable or ignore parts of the USD file, right? You don't have to work with everything that it has. You can mute it, prune it out, and so on. So something else that USD enables, and something that happens in production pretty frequently, is that you may actually have more than one render target, right? So let's say you have Karma, and you've set up a material for Karma. And again, we're going to use the same asset and essentially the same network with a bit of a simpler shader on it, just this sort of red, noisy shader. But suppose you actually wanted to render this with RenderMan instead. So RenderMan is a Hydra render delegate, so it shows up in the viewport. But you can see the material goes away, right? Because RenderMan doesn't know what to do with a Karma shader. So let's go ahead and just build a sort of equivalent RenderMan shader to the simple sort of red, noisy object we created earlier. And again, we're just going to drop down these nodes, assign the RenderMan material, and obviously it shows up in RenderMan. But now the problem is, of course, if I switch back to Karma, I've lost my Karma material. So something that's really awesome with USD is that you can actually have multiple materials assigned to a single USD primitive. And the Hydra will basically ask for the correct material when it attempts to render for a specific render engine. So using that collect VOP, we can actually now just switch between Karma and RenderMan, and we'll automatically switch to the correct material for that renderer. So this suddenly frees you up, again, to always work in the same place and just build everything that you need in one space. We're also just going to show here at the end a USD preview surface, which is basically a shader that's supposed to be common across all render delegates. And it can't replicate the noise, but we can just set it to the same color at least. So you get an OpenGL representation, a RenderMan representation, and a Karma representation of essentially the same material with whatever variances there are between the different shaders due to differences in noise and so on. Since we mentioned RenderMan, we also have some other render delegates that are in process from the folks at Redshift and V-Ray as well. So the number of things you can target in the viewport will sort of expand over time. So another really awesome concept that USD has is its idea of a variant. And a variant is essentially a primitive, again, meaning like a point in your scene graph, that can hold multiple versions of something, variants. And they're usually connected in some way, right? So in this case, we have these books, just these 5 different books. And we can take those and sort of embed them in a variant. And what a variant will allow you to do is then set what you're going to see when you look at that primitive. So in this case, we, again, just target that same variant that we created and go ahead and change our variant to each one of the books. And this is a really interesting concept because it allows an asset to become more than just a thing unto itself. It becomes almost a concept, like books go in this asset or trees go in this asset, and a tree can be any number of other things. Here we can actually look directly at the USD that's generated by right-clicking on the node and going into our debugging tools. And so here we're actually generating, you see references to files on disk for the different books, and we're just appending those references in the USD file. Right, so this is, again, very lightweight representation. Everything is being referenced from disk, so you're not creating these massive files. Everything is being pulled in just sort of on demand, essentially. And earlier I mentioned the idea of a layer in USD. So let's take a look at a variant layer instead. So rather than swapping out full pieces of geometry, what we can actually do is just say, well, I just want to change some properties about this thing. So we'll start off with something simple. We'll just make a blue book, and we'll go ahead and make a red book, except we'll also add a transform to our red book. So we'll just tilt it on its side. And so what this means is that rather than having, again, 3 different books, 3 different assets on disk somewhere, we have a single book, and then we just layer on these changes as we change the variants. So rather than having to store a red book, a blue book, and so on, we just store the differences between these layers. And then we compose them together when we ask for a specific variant. So again, if we look at the actual USD, you can see that in the blue and in the red variant, we have no reference to the geometry at all. It's just saying, this is the color when I'm set to this variant. This is the transform when I'm set to the red variant. And so again, you're taking the minimal set of changes and applying those. So the idea is to keep things nice and fast and efficient, but also very flexible. And even though we're not showing it here, a variant can be almost anything. It can change your entire scene graph. It could be 3 entirely different scene graphs. It does not have to be simple changes. It could be vast, sweeping changes. And that enables you to have interesting tools that you can build then using these variants. So this is just an asset that creates variants for different levels of detail, for instance. So we're just going to take this barrel, and we're going to say, I want 3 levels of detail. You know, one that's 100%, one that's 20-something%, and then a really low percentage. And you can see in the viewport how it updates. Underneath, inside this asset, we're actually using SOPs to do this. So LOP networks can communicate directly with SOP networks. And you can see now we can switch between those LOD levels. So again, the asset itself now has this concept of like how I can be represented in these different contexts. And then we can tie that into sort of a larger tool set where we can say now, okay, well, when the camera is a certain distance away from this asset, let's automatically set the variant to a lower level of detail. So we're just going to set up these 3 sort of distances from a camera. And you'll see that when we play this little animation now, as the barrel moves away, or I should say the camera moves away from the barrel, it doesn't really look like it changes much in the viewport, but you can see in the bottom you know, the different variants being switched between the different levels of LOD. And this is just an example. Again, this could be any number of things. You could be changing render settings, for instance, not LOD. You could be swapping out different shaders. Maybe you have a lower quality shader that's a baked version of a very high quality shader, for instance. The point is the variants encapsulate something about the asset, hopefully in a way that makes sense, like levels of detail, related other assets, like types of books, for instance. And so here's like a larger network now where we're taking all the concepts that I just described and putting together these books along with their materials, along with some other variations, and putting them all together in a single file. And layers are used not just to layer things on top of each other, but also to define what actually gets written out to disk when you write out a USD file. So these little arrows are just indicating where we're actually automatically generating files on disk as well. And you have full control over that using various configure lops to do it. And if you're going to have this idea of layering and all these sort of tools to create layers and so on, you also want ways to inspect those layers. So we have a tool for opening up all the layers in your scene. It tells you exactly what layers exist, which ones will be written to disk, and what their files will be when they are written to disk, as well as which layers will be discarded. Because sometimes you're basically working in a temporary layer while you're working in LOPs. So it's really important to know, what's going to stay, what's going to get erased, what's going to get written to disk. So we're trying to make this suite of artist-friendly tools, but also make sure that behind it there's these really nice debugging tools, right? Because this is going to sort of spread through your pipeline, and obviously if you're going to have a pipeline based on USD, you want tools to interrogate the files that are being generated. Okay, but so what about the case where you have a more generic material and you want to apply it to a bunch of stuff, right? So there's not one asset with one texture map. There's a bunch of stuff and you want to apply something like just a color, for instance. So we're using this node called Vary Material Assignment here to target these pig heads, and we're just picking from one of our red, blue, or green materials. We also have a spatial distribution in this node. So you can clump materials together. So this is really useful for things like forests or crowds, places where like maybe certain types of things tend to congregate together. And obviously you can add different offsets to these to make them look a little more varied. And also a weighted random. So this is a really nice one where you can say, I want 10% blue, I want 30% green, I want 80% red, something like that. So you can have a lot of control over this randomness while still getting a nice amount of variation. And that's great, and this is, again, a very high-level tool. It's the idea you put down this one node, gives you a nice suite of functionality, you apply it, it's good to go. And obviously, there could be many more materials than just these 3 colors. But what about when you want to take this a bit further and you actually want to say, like, well, I need to customize this distribution. I don't want to just use this one that you gave us. We need to be able to customize this a lot more. So we also have this material assignment node which allows you to do sort of more directly controlled versions of what I just described. So again, we'll just use our new sort of primitive targeting syntax here to get all of the pigs. And we'll start out by just assigning the blue shader to all of the pigs. So right away, that's very direct. But now I want to say, you know what, I don't want to just have a direct assignment. I want to have some control over how that's being assigned. So inside this node is a VOP network. And what this VOP network can essentially do is say, like, okay, construct a rule for how we assign these shaders. So just in this example, we're just going to use a string. So something very, very simple. It's just a path to the material, in this case the blue, and then we'll follow it up with the red and the green. And we'll just do something very simple, which is use a modulus on the element number. So for every pig gets a number, essentially. And we'll just export that as the material to assign. And what this allows us to do now is that back up at the top of our asset, we can say, okay, let's use that instead of assigning it directly. We'll just pick it from our chooser here. And you see everything turns blue because we've chosen the blue for all objects. But if we change our divisor here, you can see now we can get this sort of stripy pattern, a checkerboard pattern, and so on. Now, this is a very simple example, obviously. This is probably not practical in most cases. But the point is that you can do it. You can build any sort of logic in there that you would like. So once we have these materials assigned, that's great, but obviously all of the green ones, all the blue ones, all the red ones, they still all look the same. So you want to also have control over the parameters of those materials. And this node also allows you to override that using a VOP network as well. So we'll just assign another shader. We'll call this parameter variation. And again, we'll just do something very sort of simple here, where we take each pig and we just create a random value for each one. And then we feed that into a ramp so that instead of picking completely random colors, we're basically choosing randomly from this set of potential colors. Again, we'll just go ahead and assign it. And now you can see we get random colors chosen from that ramp. And this is actually overriding that material, right? So it still has the red, the blue, and the green material assigned, except we're overriding the base color channel or parameter with these new values. And just to show that it's not just the color, obviously, we also can, for instance, override the metallic amount, the metallicity parameter. And you can see now we get a lot of variation from a couple of just very simple networks. And of course, because these are VOP networks, that means they can be wrapped up in assets. And so, a shading TD or somebody can take an asset like this, wrap it up into something that just presents the ramp, for instance, to the artist. And they can work very quickly like this. They don't have to go in and play with each individual VOP node. So that's great. That's one way of doing it. What about like on a massive, massive scale? Like instancing, for instance. And there's a couple of types of instancing in USD. And in this example, we're using a point instancing. And so basically what we want to do, we're going to use this thing called the stage manager. And we're going to come back to that a little later, so don't worry too much about exactly what the stage manager is. But it's just a way of pulling a bunch of stuff from disk and putting it into a folder, essentially. So we're just going to bring in this library of stuff. And then I'm going to use that as a target for our point instancer, essentially like a library of things to use with our point instancing. And we're just going to grab our library from the second input. And basically what this does now is it uses whatever points are inside this add point instancer node, and it puts assets on it. So in this case, there's only one point inside by default. And you can see that we can go ahead and go through the different variants just by changing the seed. But that's obviously not that good in practice. It's just a default to make sure something happens. But inside there is a SOP network.
I'm going to go back and check the C4D one real quick. Because I do want to see how this buck animator rigs this. At least a little bit.
Right, it works, but now we still have to go into here and move these guys, and that's kind of annoying. So I am actually going to make user data on this, which makes your life just easier because everything is going to be living inside of this pinky control right here. And all you need to do for that is go in attributes under user data, click manage user data, and we're just going to add a group and add some data. And this is basically going to be telling this guy right here, this control, to be controlling the guys in here. And I'm just going to call this Pinky Controls. And then I'm going to name this one Mid for the middle one right here. And I'm also going to make another one called the End, because our pinky bends in 2 places. And I'm going to select both of these, and I'm going to start changing things in here. That's the limit min and limit max. I want to have the animator have complete control over what they are moving. So I'm just going to uncheck those, and I'm also going to change the step from 1% to about like 0.05%, and it just makes it a little bit more granular in being able to move things. Cool, and I'm just going to hit OK. And nothing happens, so you see nothing's happening, and we have these pinky controls, and still nothing's happening when I click on them, but that's okay. That's because we need to make an expression, and don't worry, it's not scary. I know expressions sound like they can be scary, but it's actually like 2 simple clicks. So we're going to go under expressions and set the driver of this, and basically what this is going to be doing is this control right here is going to be driving this control right here, so that we don't have to go inside of here to start moving this. So next we need to make sure which one it is. So it's actually going to be this B right here. So I'm going to click on this, right-click, expressions, and then set driven absolute. So now it's created this expression tag. When I go here into pinky controls, I'm able to move this from this spline right here. Another important thing that I forgot to mention is you need to make sure that you're freezing your controls, freezing your transformations, I'm sorry, because you want to be able to set all of these back to its neutral state, and you don't want to have to go individually like in all of these and hitting like 0, 0, 0 every time, and then that's just going to break the mesh anyway because, anyway. So all you need to go into is this freeze transformation thing and hit freeze all. And make sure you're doing that for all of them. And you can see it kind of messed it up right here. But I'm going to move on to the next one, and they're already frozen because I don't have time to fix all this right now and redo it. But I made a mistake, and don't make that mistake. Okay, so now we got our pinky control working, and we need our end working as well. So set driven, same thing, and then we go into here, and we're going to set this guy also to set absolute. So now in here, this works as well. Cool. Let's see. Another thing that we should be doing, as you can see, if I move this, everything's moving, but I don't have rotation control for the wrist. And that's super simple. All you need to do is go into your hand bone right here and click on your arm control. Go under character, constraints, and put a rotation constraint on it. Oh no, it's breaking. Yeah, that's okay. But we can see it's working. This is why you need to transform, freeze your transformations. But I'm just going to move on and go to the next thing because I have it all fixed in here. Let's see. Okay, so this is what it should look like without breaking. And the only reason why I was breaking is because I didn't freeze the transformation, so now you know. Okay, so got our pole vector in here. We have our arm that is movable. We have all of our fingers done, and they're all named properly. Basically what I showed you before. We have our finger controls in here that we need to move only from these thumb controls, and like in the middle, the same thing, middle controls moves the middle finger. We got, if we move this whole thing, it moves this, and it's pretty much ready to be binded. So super simple. Like, I don't know, everyone's really scared about rigging, but it's really not that scary, I promise. So for the reason why we're naming everything too, so if I type in BN in here, this is everything that's going to be binded to the mesh. So we're just going to select all of these guys here and click on our mesh. Oops. Click on our mesh, which is right here. And we just need to go under Character, Commands, and Bind. And now we have our mesh that is bound to our rig. And it's probably not going to work right away just because you probably should make sure that all of your weights are done properly. But it looks pretty good right now. But I do want to double check that just to make sure. And I'm just going to double click on this weight tag that we put on from binding it. And we can kind of see that it's like really rough right here. It's not really smoothed out. But that's like a super easy fix. So you can go into Character, Manager, Weight Manager. And here you can start clicking through to see like, okay, what exactly is a part of this group right here. So they look pretty good. And most of the time I actually just go into commands and hit smooth a ton of times. And it kind of gets the job done depending on what kind of character movement you want to be doing. If you want something like super straightforward and straight limbs and everything, like you probably should be a little bit more concerned about how your weights are. But I like my characters to be kind of like noodle arms and but yeah, so you see after I did that, moving this, it's gotten smoother in here. The topology didn't get messed up too much like before. And let's see and check the fingers. Same thing. It's kind of weird here, but we can fix that by going into the weight tool again and clicking on a joint, say this guy right here. We probably don't want this all to be moving. So I'm going to go into, it's actually already selected, but you'd go to the weight tool and start painting this out. And we can see we can use add, subtract, smooth, which is great. So I can now smooth this. But that's pretty much how you rig an arm. It's way simpler than I thought it was, but there's a lot of steps to it, and you just need to practice it. But it's super easy. But the leg's a little bit different, and that's what I'm going to move on to next. So okay. So here's our leg. And I'm going to turn off the grid because it's a little annoying sometimes. And I already got some of the joints already in here because it's the same as the elbow, and just to save time for you guys. Here we go. And I'm going to delete some of these because I already have it working, but I'm going to show you like, so 1 second. Oops. Sorry. Okay, cool. So let's make a joint for this guy and make him be able to move as well. So we're going to go to Character, Joint Tool, and we're going to start doing the same thing with the preferred angles. So control clicking, and I'm going to put the knee joint like right here. And another one right here. And we have to do this first. And okay, prime example why you should always check to make sure things are in the right place, because this guy decided to go all the way out here. And Should move that there. Move that there. So, okay, now it looks normal. And checking to make sure that's right. Cool. And name this guy as well. So root underscore L underscore Lego 1. And then we can do the same thing for this that we did before. So thigh, knee, and ankle. And then using the naming tool for these guys, I'm just going to do the same thing. Cool. All right, so the next thing is on making the foot roll right here and the toe roll. We can't be connecting this to this root yet, so we need to make sure we're clicked outside of the leg root and start a new root. So I'm going to start with the ball right here. So go back into the joint tool and then control clicking where we want our joint to be, probably right there, and then control clicking up here. And then for the toe, we're going to be doing the same thing and making sure that we're not clicked on this root and starting again. So I'm going to start here, and then I'm going to put another one at the end. And then we can just name these guys as well. So root underscore L underscore ball 01, and then BN, and then BE for joint end. Cool. And then same thing for this guy. Toe 01. And then BE, toe end 01. Okay, cool. And we also need to make this an IK. And we're going to do that the same way as we did the elbow. So we're going to right-click, character tags, IK, and then put the ankle in on the end and add it goal. And again, rename our goal. And now when I move this goal, this leg is moving, but obviously this is not connected yet. And we also want to make sure that we are making spline controls that are visible to see. So I'm going to make the foot control first. I'm going to make a cube, but you can make whatever you want to make. And I'm going to rotate it and snap this using edge snap to the bottom of the foot. And just making sure that it's visible, so I'm going to make it editable and just stretch this guy out this way. And same thing here. So now, just like the arm had a spline control, the leg now has one. I'm going to name this as well. So SC underscore and foot 01. Oops, not 21. And I'm going to be changing the axis of this to the ankle. So I'm going to toggle on that, which is already toggled on right now, which is the L. And I'm going to snap this to, using the axis snap tool, snap it to the ankle joint right here. And checking all views, making sure that it is correctly snapped to the right place. And I'm going to now put these guys all inside of the foot control right here. So now when I move this, oops, except the leg, the goal, sorry. So now when I move this, this is moving with that. And move that in there. Cool. So that works now. And we also need to make 2 more controls, one for the toe and one for the heel. So I'm going to make a rectangle again and shrink it down. Move it to the front, make it editable, and turn this into a triangle so it points in the direction that the foot is pointing. And I'm going to copy and paste this and move this over here, and I'm going to rotate it. And again, making sure that all of these transformations are frozen. Okay, and it's not shown, so I need to move it down from the top. And snap them right there. Cool. And we also need to change the axis of these, so I'm going to move this guy, which is a toe, and snap that to this right here. And the heel, I'm going to snap to the ankle. And we can start naming these as well, just to stay organized. SC_L_toe01, and then same thing for the next one, which is going to be the heel. Okay, and we also need a ball control, so I'm going to be making a star for this and shrink it down and snap it to the ball right here. And rotate it. And I'm going to change the size just to 4. Shrink it down. And move it right above where your ball of your foot would be bending. I'm going to call this SC_L_ball01. And changing all of these colors, obviously, to blue because it's on the left side, just as we did with the arm rig. And we also need to change the axis of this one. So I'm going to parent this one to this guy right here. Cool. So this is all ready to go, and we're ready to start parenting things, but I also forgot the pole vector for the knee, which is the same thing that we did for the elbow. Shrink it down. And rotate it. Make it editable. We'll call this SC_L_knee01. And all we have to do again is just plug this into the pole vector in your IK tag that's on the thigh. And now we have a pole. So now when I move this foot, same thing with the elbow, I can now move this knee from side to side, which just gives you much more variety with your animation. Okay, so now parenting these guys. We want to parent the toe to, okay, wait. This gets confusing sometimes, guys, so bear with me. So the toe parents to the foot, and sorry about that. The heel parents to the foot, the toe parents to the heel, the ball parents to the toe, and then the knee I just keep inside of here so it doesn't get weird when you move it. It kind of moves with it, and you don't lose this pole vector. Let's see. So this is kind of working. We can see the joints are obviously not parented to this, so that's super easy. We just need to parent the toe underneath the toe, the ball underneath the ball, and let's see. Yeah, so now we have it semi-working. We see this works, but this also needs to connect to here. So for that,
That's directly inside. So we just scattered some points, pretty typical Houdini operation. And now every point gets a different version of our asset library. So we'll just now throw down some lights just so things are a little bit clearer here so you can see it a bit better. We'll just increase the intensity so you can see all of our assets. And now let's go back inside and make this something a bit more interesting. Because if you're going to instance something, you don't want to do it 5 times. You want to do it a lot of times. So let's just put down an attribute randomize node to influence these instances. And in this case, we're going to just change their orientation randomly, essentially. And while we're at it, we'll go ahead and turn up the number of instances to like 100,000. And we'll also make the grid much larger so that they're not all just sitting on top of each other. And now you can see here we are in OpenGL with 100,000 of these instance objects. And as I zoom in, we're calling out the primitive to keep the interaction nice and fast. But if we switch over to Karma, we get the full amount of instances all live in the viewport. And again, this is the real value of having this Hydra delegate, is that everything stays live and interactive, right? You can have all these instances, you can have all this stuff interactively in the viewport. So if you're trying to figure out, like, well, does this look good, you can get the real results. So it's basically a trade-off between, performance. If you want pure performance, maybe you go to OpenGL. If you want to get a full look at your scene, you go to Karma and you render it. And because we're trying to get a nice, fast render in cases like this, you can get really good feedback about exactly what's happening in your scene. And we're sort of starting to blur the lines here. I mean, this is theoretically still look development, but at the same time, we're almost starting to get into the layout to a certain degree at this point. So let's look at a slightly more practical example of instancing that might be more akin to a layout sort of task. So here again, we've just brought in a library of things. In this case, these are little jars with plants and things in it. And we also have this bookshelf. We're just going to use a duplicate lop to create multiple versions of it. And then we're going to use that as the target for our instance points. And what's really interesting is that, again, now I can use a lop import, pull that in, and start working in what's pretty much a standard Houdini operations. This doesn't really have anything to do with Solaris, but it shows that we're revealing all of the tools, the very powerful procedural tools that are in Houdini that have been around for a long time, and putting them into a whole new group of artists' hands, right? So in this case, we've just isolated the tops of these shelves. Again, we're doing some playing around with attributes, but you can see we've just decorated the shelves with random versions of our instance library. We'll just tweak some of the points a little bit and get back to the results, and then, as before, jump into Karma to actually see the full render. And again, because the input to this scene are these USD assets, they have all the materials and so on applied already, right? So again, it's not a matter of importing, setting materials. Everything comes through the USD files. The USD primitives have all that information in them. But you can see here that we only really have like 7 objects or something. There's not that many different things. So the green tall jars sort of stick out, and the blue short ones stick out because it's like, oh, I can pick out that they're basically all the same. So let's add some material variation now on top of that. And again, there's some high-level nodes and some deep nodes for doing that. We're going to show one called instance variation. And this has a very sort of simple interface where, again, you target those instances. You say, like, I want to affect the parameters of this group of instances. I'm going to override the base color, which in this case is just the diffuse color, you might say. And just to start, we'll just make them all red, right? And again, the really nice idea that Hydra pulls the USD changes and pushes them right into the render immediately. And then you can actually write Vex code directly in here. You don't even have to go into a VOP network. If you know how to write Vex, no problem. You write one little line of code. It randomizes the colors on each of the jars. Or if you want to replicate what we did in VOPs, we just extend this a little bit with the ramp function. And we'll have basically the exact same tool we had previously, except here at this top level now. And like I said, as with everything else, all of these could be made into assets themselves, right? So somebody could just drop down this node and play around with the specific parameter set that's useful to the artist who's using it. So since we're sort of bridging that gap, let's talk about some of the layout tools.
Man, there's some cool stuff today. I would like to see more of the Houdini stuff. Myself, I'm a super noob at Houdini, but it's really cool like how deep the program looks. And just its structure compared to a program like Cinema 4D, like it's very clear like how all the different objects interact with each other. Whereas in Cinema 4D, with its hierarchy, like a lot of it is intuitive, but there's a lot of things like in the way that it connects on the back end that are just not apparent. Like we were just watching that person set up the rig, and then like a few times she would just get messed up because of something in the hierarchy. Or so even her as a professional like still gets a little bit tripped up in the order that things need to be in, and it's not as intuitive as it could be, I think. But anyways, I think I'll probably do this tomorrow. I'll watch some more of the cinema streams. I'll see if Houdini uploads any more videos, because I think this was from earlier today, and yeah, I think we had a couple people come through in Twitch chat, on Facebook. I don't know if there's anyone who came through on YouTube, but hope to see everyone again for sure.